Tuesday. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy, hanging out with you tonight. Also got Eric Van Loosen in the booth. What's going on, my man?
What's going on, Mr. Aaron?
Just chilling, ready for some 5-5-10, and we've got a very good game here, I think, lined up, as we've got a lot of familiar faces around the table. Everyone will recognize these gentlemen as they are going to get started here with a PLO flip. Queen here on the turn and a 3 on the end, so no flushes and no full houses available. Let's see if someone's got a straight. AJ here with top set. Doesn't look like he's going to win. OFC with the 10-8.
10-8.
Going to take that one down. All right, so OFC here going to take down the first one. A nice little tidy profit of $700. And we'll get a look around the table here. Looks like seat 1 and 3 vacant at the moment, but I imagine those players are just coming in a little bit late. Of course, we can see Slick Rick over there, all by his lonesome in the 2 seat. And we got OFC, Ryan, J. John, Carlos, 3-Coin, Z-Fish, and AJ. Taking a look here in the chat, we got Poker Monkey, the Red Reaper, Lucas, and Frank joining us. What's going on, guys?
Welcome to the chat.
You're going to start?
And Poker Monkey starting off the the TCH Live loyalty rolls with a 1 right off the bat. Well, it's only up from there, you know.
And you're 100 behind?
All right, so first card of No Limit
he was here to balance.
coming at you.
Very passionate speech.
I just don't think that's a good
We
start.
are playing 5-5-10 with what looks to be a quarter straddle here.
Nice.
Even if you do it, nobody should know about it.
Got Mr. Butch dealing to us tonight. He's one of our newest floor managers, but he's doing double duty, doing the dealing tonight. So root for Mr. Butch to have a good night. Got the fan around his neck. Gonna keep himself cool up there under those lights.
The lights and the camera. We can see Slick Rick's cameraman over there getting some footage. Did Z-Fish just get a walk? Is that what just happened?
I think so.
Or no, sorry. He gave a walk to AJ. That's what happened. I was like trying to figure out what these numbers at the bottom of the screen could mean, because I missed what happened in the hand. But I do think it was a $25 straddle and folds all the way to that man. So exciting times here on hand number 1.
That'll be Jay and seat 3 coming in. And seat 1's about to be filled. We'll see who that's going to be.
Looks like Ryan in here.
Ryan, yeah.
So, man, how are you? Ryan.
And all right, here we go. He brings in 1 half-consumed protein shake, and if you don't like it, then that's all he's going to bet. So, all right, Slick Rick here going to find a couple of 5s, open it up from the low jack. Carlos going to make the call on the button with the ace-9 of spades, and those are the only 2 takers. To a flop. Jack 7-6 two-tone. No interaction here for either player. So checky to a turn. Ace of diamonds, bingo for Carlos.
He did real well. He was in money in Oklahoma before he left. He's running very good. Had a real nice dinner with him on Saturday.
And yeah, as is frequently the case with the small pairs, you see a bunch of overcards and you end up folding, especially out of position, as was Rick on that one. But no further damage taken. As Carlos will drag that one. Easy peasy.
Seems like they always miss you by 1. They put a 6 out there when you got 5s.
Oh,
an 8 out
sure.
there when you got 7s, yeah.
There is no feeling quite like flopping a set with your little dusty pair, though. You know, you kind of sneak in there or maybe open it up and get called in a few places. You got like 3s or 4s and flop a set. That feels real good.
Yeah, with that ace or king out there, you're like, come on. Speaking
All
of
right.
ace king,
You've met the king of hearts.
Yeah, absolutely. Slick Rick waking up with one of each. Going to make it 30 to go. 3 coin on the button. Going to come along. Z-Fish here in the small blind. A little bit of a decision there whether to 3-bet or call. He does just call. And that brings OFC along from the straddle position as well. So 4 players to an all-spade flop 6 high. And not one of these players has a spade.
see who wants to play pretend.
Really? Wait.
Nobody yet, and yeah, Jack on the turn also doesn't interact with anybody. 3 coin here, of course, with the flop straight draw.
Got the doppelganger.
Checking the flop, he's not going to check any longer.
He's better looking, but I mean, yeah. Yeah.
And this time he'll take it down with the 8 high.
Good start for 3 coin after a pretty rough outing last week. Good to see him dragging a pot.
Absolutely. Yeah, he was throwing the party a little bit last time.
Yeah, he was.
For sure.
Looks like a man that might have done a little bit of partying in his day.
Yeah. Let's maybe.
Be careful. I'm loud as shit.
Yeah, I think he knows how to do it.
There you go. 5 hours. 10 to call. Raise to 30. Fold. Call 30.
3 coin's going to bring the party with the Jack 10-0 here in the cutoff. OFC looking down at the 7 Dewey in the big blind. Does he want to show these boys how we do it? 7 deuce.
He just might. Look at him, Aaron. Let's go.
Oh, I love this. The 7X from out of position here, a little bit on the chunky side, but I like it, honestly. You've got a raise from early position and then a caller in between. So if you can get it through, presumably just Slick Rick, the original opener. Of course, we got Ryan here still to act from the $10 straddle, but usually that large size is going to deter the original raiser, and then you don't have to worry about that player behind. Ryan is going to cold call here, hoping that Slick Rick doesn't have top of range and that he can sort of get to see a flop, but this is a little bit dangerous. Let's say that Slick Rick has ace king or, you know, pocket queens or something in that neighborhood and goes for the 4-bet. Your 210 is basically just forfeit. But he is going to get what he wanted and see a flop as Slick Rick makes the call, and 3 coin is out of there. So 3 players see this flop. Top pair, no kicker for Slick Rick, and no real backup with the spades. OFC, of course, flopping the middle pair here, but with the pre-flop betting advantage, he's going to go ahead and continue. Very small size, 85.
Yeah, that's tough getting called in 2 spots out of position with the 7 Dewey. Oh, man. Let's see how he proceeds.
Ryan here taking a very interesting line. Cold calling the 3-bet with deuces. Now the down bet on the flop from OFC. Ryan pouncing on it with a player left to act. Very much representing like pocket 7s here. Pocket 5s you'd assume is just a snap fold. However, the fact that he's got deuces, I guess that's not true. So he can have both of the bottom sets, and I guess who knows what else. Interesting that he didn't even show that one. I mean, I guess maybe he doesn't want to give that information away, but felt like he was going to show it and then sort of thought better of it. But that was a very aggressive play, and I mean, it certainly worked. It got not only the better hand from OFC to fold, but the better hand from Slick Rick.
Don, you guys are both right.
The best hand, I should
I
say,
mean, we met through poker.
given that flop.
Yeah, like we became
Good,
friends.
good, good.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah. Doesn't tilt.
Nah,
Nah.
nah, we play. I think you have.
Yep, I got 4 big queen.
Played a lot.
You did?
I think so. Queen 7 maybe?
No wonder.
You didn't call that?
Yeah, where's the guy? Queen 7 off?
Brings action.
I don't know.
John here sporting his 3-coin gear is out of the way, and 3-coin will seize the opportunity
I did.
It
to
wasn't.
raise this up to 35.
Yeah. I went to the restroom just for a second.
Nice little squeeze here on the button. Another large size, this time in position, and from AJ. And another interesting spot here. If Ryan is going to cold call 3-bets with deuces, what does he do with 2 black
Try
9s?
again.
If he prevails, I'll need
Try
to
again.
Start with 5.
You start with 5.
Yeah.
Pretty sure all of these players started with 5,000, which was the table cap to start the game. I believe it'll be match the stack after that. Is that the case?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cold 4-bet here from Ryan
725.
with those 9s. Of course, this is a large size from AJ. In position, does raise the eyebrows a little bit. Like, are you really trying to push everybody out? And if so, doesn't that mean your hand is vulnerable?
I bet you can make a believer out of me, though. Tough to say, sir.
Wow.
Tough to say.
3-coin just flatting with the ace-8 off.
You got your black in the back. Yeah, you got your
Yeah, I think this one is sort of, how does it go? Like, don't try this at home.
Yeah.
Very much on the frisky side and can get him into some seriously dangerous situations on ace-high boards when his opponent has an ace as well. Back over to AJ here. This is a very strange interaction. Yeah, one that feels very uncomfortable with the ace-10-0. I understand just folding it here and sort of dodging any potential setups.
stick a red from you.
But he was getting a pretty good price. He's in position. He's closing the action.
I thought we were playing
I
5-5.
do think that,
Yeah,
I
you got
mean,
ready for 5-5. Yeah.
I don't know. We can see the cards. Of course, it makes a lot of sense for him to come along if he knew what his opponents had. But still, I think maybe a spot that he could peel one off. As it stands, it comes all clubs. Ryan here with the immediate overpair to the 8
Big
and
bet.
a club. Coin, though, with the ace of clubs, he will not be going anywhere. But this is a full pot size bet from Ryan, 1.7 thousand. Min click from 3-coin, and Ryan here, who has already committed a massive portion of his stack, I think is just going to have to go with this. If you're up against a set, you've got, you know, your sort of 2 immediate 9s as well as a club that can bail you out. Runner straight, also possibility. And if you're up against a flopped flush, I mean, yeah, then you're pretty much just dead to running boat. But yeah, ship it all in there, says Ryan.
Here we go.
Ain't fast tonight.
I'm not sure if he knows that it's a raise, but
For sure, Randy. I tell you, brother.
there we go. He is making the call.
Always tight for Randy.
You might have a hand like that.
He calls. Hand number 6.
Okay. Twice as nice.
And believe it or not, 3-coin is a favorite here with the pair and a flush draw.
Twice as nice.
So let's see if he can get bailed out, though,
All right.
because he still needed to improve, and those cards not going to do it on the first run out. 9's going to hold,
There we go. Chop
and
it up.
there it is. 3 of clubs on the turn. Chop it up.
Chop it up. Chop it up. Okay.
You know what? We represent the brand well on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a 3-coin win if I ever saw one.
Didn't have any clubs. That's rough.
Oh, yeah, the 9s and the club. Wow.
Yeah, I know. That's why
Well, the pot gets split, but just like that, Aaron, we got 10K
Exactly what he
in the middle on hand number 6.
It's your nemesis.
Yeah, these guys definitely not shy about getting it all in there. These two hands, of course, it makes a lot of sense to play it fast and aggressive, but yeah,
Anybody wants
pretty
some bubble gum?
spicy.
It lasts
I mean,
about
especially from Ryan, right? We see the play with deuces the hand before, and now with the nines cold four betting to 725-3, betting full pot on the flop there, basically just saying, look, this is my hand, get out of here. And then Three Coin is like, no, I'm raising you. Let's get it all in here. Pretty awesome.
That's about the only way I get them is a sidebar like that. I'm bringing it quick.
All right, so after that hand, Three Coin up $1.05.
After last week,
Ryan and OFC up a little bit as well, as we have not even completed a full orbit here, but we have had a lot of poker played in the first about 15, 20 minutes here.
Yeah, I've been to, what was that? Shannon?
That's actually not bad.
Too much ago. Oh, yeah.
You're running into quads.
I just watched the stream from them.
Yeah, that all in on quads already.
They have a lot of
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're like streaming.
did your brother tell you about us and what companies that are going on there? I didn't
They
know
have
my
like,
brother.
they're partnered with Poker Ghost, they have all theirs. I don't think they're,
Aaron, do you recognize Ryan from being on our stream before?
Different strategy.
I'm trying to picture him, and I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. We'll have to figure that out if he's been on before.
Houston market's a little like, it's very
Like the style already, though.
Definitely comes with quite the ambition here. Now playing the King 6-0
I mean, there's like,
as a 3-bet pre-flop. Seemingly, yeah, just going to take the aggressive line whenever given the opportunity, which is three hands in a row here at the moment. And OFC is going to release the best hand just to ace high.
so it's hard.
I enjoy playing. He's a very good player.
Yeah, I'm sure it's super
You know, if we're at the
But they have the hotel.
I'm going to go out on a real strong limb here and say he's going to be our VPIP leader tonight.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that as of his first few hands.
Pretty good odds so far.
Definitely.
And there we go. 75% already.
You can only get beaten down so many times before it's like you got
It's
so
beautiful. I have some videos that I'll show you later.
whatever I do, I'm gonna lose it.
They got like a restaurant, they got a bar, they got everything.
All right, now he gets to play in position as he is on the button. We'll see how that influences his play, but certainly playing out of position has not deterred him.
Yeah, like everybody's always like, really, stay there.
A few more folks just joining us. Rena, Tara, and Tommy. Tommy saying Slick Rick all day. Got a Slick Rick fan club member there.
Raise to 75. Fold. Fold. Yeah, fours and a flop.
All right, single raise pot here, but called in 3 spots. Ace King of Diamonds far and away the best hand pre-flop, but no longer. John with the top pair 10 kicker. Bottom 2 pair here for Ryan, and things have gone from him sort of just bullying his way through pots, chopping one with the 9s in the all-in spot, and now playing a very dusty hand from the button and being rewarded with the bottom 2 pair. John, of course, not going anywhere with that Queen 10. Carlos, interestingly enough, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. He is going to make the call, looking to backdoor into something, but so far just a pair of 3s on the turn. Carlos going to need another miracle 3 to get bailed out. Ryan here with the lion's share of the equity checks to him. He'll bet a little under half pot. Quick call from John, and yeah, Carlos, it's not the card he was looking for. Wanted something more along the lines of the 6 of clubs. as it stands, it's going to be the king of clubs on the end. Changes nothing. John here with a pure bluff catcher, and has to remember that this is Ryan betting into the field on flop and turn. Of course, it was checked to him on the button, so he can sort of stab with a bunch of different hands. Doesn't always have to be a very strong hand here, but you know, betting into three opponents and then continuing across all three streets definitely does feel strong.
They were a big move.
Absolutely. This will be sort of a crying call if he puts this in here.
But it is indeed the call from John. And yeah, I think he's sort of handcuffed to the call here. It feels strong. You're not loving it, but if you just go flopping top pair and then, you know, call folding when the texture really hasn't changed. Like, I guess you'd have to have some sort of king X in your opponent's range that was just sort of barreling down, maybe king 9 of hearts that checks to me. All right, I'll bet, and then pick up some equity on the turn and just sort of back into the top pair that goes for value. You know, otherwise that king doesn't really change the texture so much. So yeah, I think queen 10, you just kind of hold on for dear life, and unfortunately for him, was behind the whole way.
Can you take the chance?
Straddle for 75.
Yeah. I'll just go.
So the Moneymaker Tour down in Houston wrapping up over the weekend. The main event drawing just a little bit over the guaranteed prize pool of $250,000. The winner was Han Fang taking home $54,000. So shout out to TCH in Houston for putting on the Moneymaker Tour. You know, of course, Chris Moneymaker coming down, playing in multiple tournaments, playing in some live streams as well. So that was a pretty cool event down there.
Very cool. I got to see some folks I know taking pictures with Chris Moneymaker down there and getting involved in what seemed like a really good event at our newest location down there in Houston.
Battle of the big aces here. Ryan right back on the horse. He has played every hand since he sat down, basically. I think he sort of got credited for his first hand as a fold because he didn't have chips yet. But involved in a dangerous one here, 3-coin from the straddle. He's going to re-raise this, makes it 800 to go.
The flip? I was just at on the flip in Vegas from the flip WPT tournament. I don't know if you played tournaments.
Ryan makes the call.
That was separate. It was like
And stack to pot ratio right about 3.
just to play tournaments.
So we see a 6-high flop here.
Yeah, I love it. I honestly love it. I've been coming to a lot of these streams. I ran good in a lot of the tournaments here. I just have good memories. Like, what do you do?
3-coin is going to take another peek at his cards before putting out a little tickle of a c-bet here, 400 for 1/4 pot. Makes a lot of sense. If he's got aces, kings, something like that, he is most likely a big favorite and wants to keep his opponent's range quite wide. Ryan does make the call. It's the one face card that doesn't pair these boys as the king of spades peels off.
One of my best friends works at Stone Key.
And another bet of 400 from 3-coin here.
I don't think they're in it.
This is a little bit odd, right? Like,
Oil, I think.
Very much so. The body language originally was a little odd. Looking up at the sky, looking back at his cards, putting out 400, and now the same bet, Aaron. Does seem a little odd. See if Ryan picks up on this, and he does.
So I went to high school here. And then
yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like your sizing doesn't really make any sense if you have value. Like, you would be wanting to try to get all of the chips in by the river if you just have aces or even ace king here, right? Like, why would you bet so small? It leaves an awkward stack size behind.
Operations
And,
research.
you know, at best it feels more like pocket tens or queens or something, but even that is a little bit odd.
Very good bet.
Ryan here, yeah, he raises it up and then is able to show the ace jack for the winner after 3-coin
Yeah, I
folds.
know. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, bad position.
Very good bet.
Tough spot there for 3-coin, getting pushed out of the pot, but yeah, perhaps a victim of his own sizing there.
Well played. Very well played.
You guys want to play the net? Dealer.
Oh,
Either
Ryan is
prop-
off to a good start.
I was confused on what the fuck you were doing. All right?
Sure is.
Me too.
I thought I was gonna pop it, and then you got me all nervous. So I'm gonna put it all the way in three. How do you wake up with that? You straddle. You're supposed to punish me there.
Right.
Ace, you get it all.
Yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
I'm
The king was the only card I did not want to see.
You're on a straddle. You're blind. Yeah, I know. I figured the king is
The
a bad
king,
card.
there's no way no.
Had to find out if he had like eights, nines, ace, queen.
And I just said, you sit there, ace queen, ace king, or kings. I just, you know.
Stuff.
Well, as I said, well played in position. Well played.
You're the 10.
Nice little banter back and forth there.
Yeah, two guys that are clearly not afraid to get their chips in tonight. So
Straddle, re-straddle, 50 to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some very large confrontations between Ryan and some of these other players once the hands kind of lend themselves to it. I think Ryan is on some sort of 100% VPIP challenge or something here because,
I agree.
like, to not even consider folding the Jack 3 here is, yeah, he's going for it.
Not a doubt in his mind he was putting chips in. You know, until these guys start to really play back at him,
Respect is out
we'll
the
see.
window.
We'll see how that works.
Respect, guys.
Not for me.
Understandably so.
I have a lot of respect.
Yeah, I mean, he did show down the ace jack off, which,
Aces there.
okay, you know, that's not a terrible hand or anything, but the way that that hand was played and the fact that he has played every hand, I think definitely factoring into people's mindsets here, and gonna get a lot more sort of loose action from his opens and 3-bets, I think. 9-3 deuce, 2-tone. It's gonna be both Ryan and Z-Fish here with a pair of 3s, but Jay with the top pair of 9s, well out in front. In fact, Ryan is out of there. It's only Z-Fish making the call with the backdoor diamonds, and what a card he gets on the turn.
Check. Where'd you go, Brian?
Gut shot to the straight flush, the steel wheel. Checky, checky. He'll get a free look at it, and it is a red card, but the wrong suit. Jay will finish with the best of it.
What do you do?
Partner in the accounting firm.
Z-Fish here going to turn his 3 into a bluff. Feels like Jay is going to be put to a difficult decision if he has a naked 9. And Jay has a 9, but he does have the Jack of Hearts, which is a pretty good card for him to make the hero call here.
You don't look that way.
Appreciate that at this age.
I know, it feels good, doesn't it?
I tell everybody I'm 70. They go, you look good for 70. Thank you. 61. Come on, kid.
You look good for 61.
It's up there.
Putting together those calling chips.
There we go. Nice call by Jay.
Very nice call.
He will not be deterred.
Oh shit, that card's ripped.
And yeah, this is sort of the way that his neighbor wanted the hand to go with the queen 10,
I had a queen, I was wishing
but
I
John, you know, sort of holding on across 3 streets. A little bit of a different dynamic here, right? Jay bets flop, checks turn, and then calls the river bet in position with a blocker. Yeah, just much higher probability win, I think, given that dynamic.
Updated for the record.
He was concerned.
That should have gone to it for sure.
All right, so it looks like we had a damaged card, so we're going to go ahead and bring in a new deck. And we'll have hand number 11 coming at you guys here in just a moment. We do have another poker series coming up here in just about a month. Here at the end of February, it's going to be the Leap into Spring series with over $1.8 million in guarantees running from the 20th of February through March 4th. Tournament's going to be played at both locations in Dallas, TCH Social and Texas Card House in Dallas. All the information will be updated as we get the series finalized. You can find that information at texascardhouse.com. And yeah, get your calendars ready and get yourselves ready for that series coming up here in just about a month.
Yeah, I think all that information should be finalized by the end of this week for sure and put out there. But we're on a leap year, and they're calling it the Leap into Spring tournament, so going to be a good one. If you guys played in that Poker Atlas series that was at both locations and lasted for a couple weeks, it'll probably be pretty similar to that. A lot of cool events going to be going on, and some big chunky winnings for our tournament winners for those tourneys that we're going to be hosting.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to it. I know whenever the big series happen up there in Dallas, I'm always itching to hop in the car, round up a couple of local buddies, and head up there to try our hand at it. So hopefully I'll be up there for at least the main event, if not the remainder of the series, or at least a couple of events.
There you go. Wherever you are, round up some homies and come on into Dallas during that series.
All right, 3 homies rounded up for this hand as it's going to come Ace, King, 5. Pre-flop razor here. Going to be, what, Jay, I think, with the 10-8 of diamonds. Sees a flop that's pretty good for a continuation bet, so he'll throw one out there even though he's just working with backdoor straight and flush opportunities. John is in the mix. We don't have him currently shown as a player, but we'll hopefully get that corrected here momentarily. Carlos with the second pair on the flop, he sticks around as well. So there's actually 3 players in this hand.
John's holding the Jack-10, so he just has a gut shot. He's going to let it go.
And yeah, the extra diamond on the turn, enough extra equity here for Jay to keep firing, and he's able to take that one down. Nicely played.
Yeah, he's got a little confidence after calling with that second pair of 9s against Seafish. Going to keep that momentum going.
I started watching Suits.
Did you? Yeah, I was forced to watch it. Somebody kept on telling me it was Harvey Becker, or whatever that guy's name is.
Harvey Specter.
Harvey Specter, yeah.
Cool.
Aaron, I think poker can definitely have some parallels to the sports world when it comes to getting on streaks and kind of feeling yourself and being confident and taking down pots when you get on a little heater. Obviously, it can be card dependent as well, but we've seen a couple of these players already, you know, kind of get on a couple little streaks here, and you can tell they're kind of feeling themselves and forcing players out of pots when they have the worst hand.
Raised to 130.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Ryan has sort of backed his foot off of the gas pedal here. He's found the fold button and is able to click it. And so, yeah, not going for the 100% VPIP challenge across the entire stream, but maybe just the first orbit. As we're going to get a nice juicy flop here for Carlos. Ace, ace, deuce. Checky, as Slick Rick here, not going to
I was just thinking like
have any additional equity here on the turn.
You know, like
They each get to find each other's goals.
And yeah, it's going to be a bet from Carlos on the turn, and that'll be the end of that.
Similar do you think it is, like, in terms of the culture and the vibe? Like,
All right, Poker Monkey, next up, you'll get a 3, right? That's not good.
You told him it was only up from there.
I didn't say by how much up, but
Yeah.
it was up.
Baby steps, baby steps.
I got this.
All right, so let's do some early accounting here. Ryan
That's like,
up a nice chunk, 3.8K. Jay up almost 3,000. OFC a couple trips to Taco Bell, and Z-Fish and 3Coin down at the bottom. John not too far off of the bottom of the totem pole mark.
oh, that's sick. That's pretty sick.
Some Rachel's and Donna's.
No, the Donna.
The Donna.
Raised to 75. Boom. Boom. Call.
What about like relationships within the office?
That's every business, man.
Yeah, that's true.
He said relationships. Inter-office relationships.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
That's
raise to
every
75 and a
business.
call in
Yeah,
between. Z-Fish from
feel
the
like
small blind with the ace king.
This is where you spend like
Time to
a
squeeze
lot
this
of
up.
time.
Yeah,
It's more
yeah.
likely, right?
Doctors and nurses, militaries, and everything.
Yeah, there's some firms that have strict policies against that, but
Never gonna stop it, right?
if you don't.
And a nice hand here for OFC.
Humans don't talk to humans in real
Opts
in person
just to
anymore.
make the
That's
call.
what they do.
Definitely a
They're
spot
either
he
phones
could
or they're not forced.
conceivably re-raise, but certainly wants to see a flop.
Oh, nice. That is his dream.
So does 3Coin. He's going to make the call with King 6-0. And here we go,
Four,
three
you got a button at
players
the bottom.
to a flop.
There was a, yeah. You had a black at the bottom.
No,
yeah.
I did,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, he didn't. Yeah. I thought
I thought I put extra 100 or something. I thought it was 375.
We're gonna have to figure out who Carlos thinks that was. And if it's fucking Benji,
it's not big.
Queen
no,
9-3,
no,
couple
no,
of
no,
hearts
no, no,
here.
no, no,
OFC with an up and down straight draw. No one has a pair.
that 12-year-old.
So
No,
ace
no.
king
I'm
still
trying to think,
best
too,
at
'cause
the
somebody came,
moment,
like midstream, like seat open, and like somebody just.
but no longer. Top pair, top kicker, no good against the broad, or sorry, the king high straight here for OFC. 3Coin also picking up that king, so that's a very dangerous card
Someone just came in the middle.
and a very spicy one at that.
Yeah, OFC's loving this spot. Couple of flush draws on the board.
Yeah, it's like dead on exact game on. Yeah.
He's gonna raise now.
Yeah, somewhere to the tune of like 40% of the deck is going to change the texture a lot by the river. And so you'd hate to sort of play slow or tricky trappy and then see a heart or a club peel off and your opponents not want to pay off your river bet. So definitely approve of the raise now. Over to 3Coin now. He may get bailed out of this one because his hand is super dust and he feels like he just picked up something. So had that been a call from OFC, you can imagine 3Coins sticking around. But back over to Z-Fish here with top, feels kind of uncomfortable. People really shouldn't be raising you here too much. Yeah, there could be some sort of like 9x of clubs or something like that. You know, something like ace 10 of clubs, perhaps, right? Like you've got to imagine, again, going back to the pre-flop action as real quick here, we get the ace of hearts, brings in the front door flush and top 2 for Z-Fish, but he is still dead. And let's see if OFC can find the value bet here. Stack to pot ratio is under 1. I still believe that this is a spot to go for an all-in. Of course, we can see the cards, but Z-Fish has to have exactly like king, queen of hearts, king, jack of hearts, and that's about it, right? Like that snaps you off here on the river and you're toast to it, because nothing else really makes that much sense. It is an all-in from OFC. I love this. And back over to Z-Fish, who, yeah, I mean, he feels like he's pretty close to top of range here with the top 2 pair, but not loving this spot.
You have a set of queens. I'm ready to bet on it.
He says, I feel like you got a set of queens. That would mean that OFC just flatted pre-flop for the 275 with queens. Z-Fish was the raiser. Opened it to 275.
Yeah, I would say it's not out of the realm of possibility to flat queens given that dynamic, but um,
15, 2, 25,
yeah, I mean, the pocket queens to me are
85.
probably not the biggest of your worries. You know, that's going to be just such a
Bet that you have it set up for me.
sliver of your opponent's
85 is where he's got the money.
range.
I'm so sure of it.
Perhaps he's fishing for information, throwing out the queens to see if he can get a reaction from him. Either way, he's ready to fold this hand, it looks like.
OFC, let me tell you. If I fold this hand, will you show me? I'll tell you, I can't show the thing. I gotta show you.
Yeah, he was raised on the turn and now facing it all in. He's just in a tough spot here.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's between you two, as far as I'm
I
concerned.
don't mind.
He is getting some engagement from OFC, who seems quite willing to talk. So, yeah, seems comfortable. Z-Fish perhaps using that to his advantage, perhaps not, but does find the fold and doesn't have to lose another $2,900.
That's bluff.
Well, I didn't know it was a bluff till the river. The river changed everything.
That ain't the river, spicy. Hey, you can't run it twice.
Couple more folks joining us. The Link 1270 saying he's excited to watch 3-Coin climb out of the massive hole from last week. Lucas saying, "What's up, TCH?"
What am I? What is that?
Tara was spot on, saying he needed to find a fold, and he did. He listened to you,
Tell you what rules are playing.
even though we're on a 15-minute delay.
Raise 75.
Yeah, I think we've all been in that spot before where, you know, we've got a hand that's really strong, typically something like top 2 pair, but the way that your opponent has played the hand just really makes you feel like your hand is no good. And, you know, how many of us can say that, you know, we're comfortable making a fold in a spot like that when, you know, we've got top 2 with ace king and, you know, just let it go. But sometimes you get married to the strength of what you can see and convince yourself that what you can't see, your opponent's hand, you know, we don't know what that is over there, right? We know we've got ace king, top 2 here. Like, this is really good. You might be full of it over there, right? But, yeah, credit to Z-Fish for getting out of there.
Z-Fish is having a full change, 7.
He opened.
Yeah, Mallory's like, oh, it's gonna be a 5-5.
Yeah. Everyone just started with 5.
Z-Fish going to add on another 4K to his stack.
Who's to play 3,000 big blinds back?
Tara says that board was ugly for 2 pair. You're absolutely right. It very much was. And the other thing too, right? Like if you try to ask yourself not just like, does he have a set of queens or not, but ask yourself, what could he be bluffing with on the turn that continues bluffing on that river, and I'm beating it, right? And it becomes pretty sparse pretty quick, right? Like instead of the hearts, because hearts are now a flush and that's a value bet, you've got sort of bricked backdoor clubs that raised. And what combos of that are there that don't have a straight, right? There's very few combinations. So trying to piece that all together, you come up with very few bluffs and quite a few value bets. And those sort of scenarios usually best to lean towards fold, no matter how strong your hand is.
Yeah, caught a little bit of the audio of them talking about it right now. You know, said, you know, what do you beat there? You know, king, queen of clubs, and or king, queen, and some of those hands like that he could potentially beat.
My grandma. So, well, that. My grandma.
Yeah, but they also have to find the rip all in instead of like shutting it down and just taking their smidgen of showdown value, right?
Is that right?
Jay here is in a beautiful spot. He made the call pre-flop with the 5-4 off from the straddle. Is rewarded with flopping the bottom end of the straight. And after check calling flop is now going for the check raise on the turn. Carlos continuing to bet the tens, which is perhaps a little bit surprising. And now put in a very difficult spot, raise of 500. And he will show the tens before he puts them in the muck. And Jay
Carlos, you fold the 10?
Yeah.
will flash the 5-4, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who saw it, but that was a good fold by Carlos.
Straight or ace
He just showed his hand. He had nothing.
He showed a straight.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Z-Fish, if I want somebody to teach me how to fold, I'll ask you, okay?
I like it.
Oh man, I love this game.
I would be happy at this point that you made a great.
No, I'm amazed.
And if y'all are new to TCH live stream here in Dallas, a lot of these guys do play together quite regularly on and off of this stream. We are missing our kind of ambassador, Mr. JD himself is not here tonight, but a lot of the same faces from our weekly game are here tonight. So the banter is fun and it's real, and it'll be a fun night with these guys on the table.
I was being sarcastic.
Very nearly a family pot here. We've got a couple of folders, but 6 players to a flop here. Single raise pot.
I played it at Randy's house.
Don't tell me our boy Ryan folded. He's got to be in there, isn't he?
He did indeed
He
fold.
did
He
indeed
is
fold.
a changed man. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
100% VPIP Orbit 1, 0% VPIP challenge on Orbit 2.
Really came in.
Right.
All right.
Incredible card here for Slick Rick on the turn. Picks up the combo draw.
I texted John when I woke up for like an 8 o'clock.
Jay here
I said, how's the game?
flopped
He's like,
a flush draw of his own. Now working with a pair. So these two players jockeying for the flush.
It keeps the riffraff out of games like attorneys and stuff like that. You know.
Then the King 10 went into the muck.
They charge about a minute, you know? We're fucking
6 minute interval.
Yeah, double gutty feels like it's not terrible. Wait, is that a double gut shot? No, sorry.
No, just
Yeah.
I was gonna say, but straights on double flush draw boards, like you can always take
I get a text from my
some of those outs and throw them away, because when you're multi-way and people are interested in the pot, somebody has a flush draw, if not multiple players with a flush draw. So
That's your brother game.
and of course he's now happy he did fold seeing the 3-bet there
just reminding you your annual
for the
retainer
re-raise.
due.
yeah, Slick Rick here taking the opportunity to bump this up with just 8 high, but a ton of river equity.
So 1/10 of an hour would be
Challenge here is that if Jay calls, which he did, and you brick, like, are you just going to hammer away at this? And I think you kind of have to. As soon as you check raise the turn, I think you're sort of obligated to. With 1750 in the middle. Slick Rick disagrees. He is going to give it up and show the 8 high slash, oh, he's just going to muck.
Just mucks. Yeah.
8 what? 8 something.
Yeah. I think,
Got 2 hearts?
I don't know. I mean, it always feels bad, right? It's like my opponent's just going to have something here that beats 8 high, and with the draws all missing, like, aren't they just going to call me if I bet? That's true a lot of the time, but there's also plenty of these spots, more than we give credit for, I think. I've certainly found myself giving up in spots and then being shown, you know, 4th pair or whatever it is, just like here. And you're like, oh man, I put just a tiny little half pot or 1/3 pot bet out there, and they're out of there. They're done. So, but
And Jay is already shown, you know, to be a player that's making good calls and can be sticky with, you know, a second pair if he feels like he's good. So Slick Rick may have just seen that as, you know, a lose-lose scenario and didn't want to put a really big bet out there, polarizing size to get Jay to fold.
Straddle call?
The $200 straddle is on in a 5-5-10 game. We'd love to see it.
Love to see it. Let's go.
And Slick Rick is unsure of whether or not he loves to see it because he's got ace jack and he's gonna have to raise.
I think I saw kings. Let me see what we're working with here.
Wow, he's all in.
He went all in for 3.7K.
You trying to like make sure that this doesn't happen again, or what? How much do you have there?
It's like 37, 38.
That's nice. I don't know what to do. Once or twice.
Up to you.
Totally up to you. I dominated.
Twice is good.
Twice is nice. Twice is nice. Oh my god. What? Twice is nice. Oh my god. Holy shit.
I was gonna run one.
Twice. It will be.
Under the 200 to 200.
I figured I was good.
The good thing is
Kings can hold.
yeah, I think the good thing is that not many aces or jacks were folded as far as I remember.
Well, I mean, I don't know about.
But he's raising pre-flop.
Yeah, yeah.
limping.
Yeah, it's getting close. Yeah.
But it's
Here
getting
comes
in
a
on the
queen.
flop.
Alright, well, one king out of the deck in case Slick Rick finds an ace here on this run out. Won't have to sweat the set quite as hard, but right now he needs a lot of help. A lot of help quick.
King now.
That
Kings
help
hold.
Nice hands.
Yeah, that help doesn't come. AJ wakes up in the $200 straddle with kings. How does that happen?
How does that happen?
That's why I hate it.
And not only do you wake up with that hand, but you get your opponent to ship it in for what is effectively 18 blinds. I was trying to do the math, and I was like thinking that Rick was doing this way too light. But now, you know, you look at it, you say you've got 18 blinds, and it folds to you. You know, what are you doing? Raising to 4x or something and trying to play post? You know, it's a little bit weird. So jamming it all in makes some sense, but yeah, just a really unfortunate situation there for Slick Rick and a very fortunate one for AJ.
My 5-year-old now knows she has recoin. Are you kidding?
I can't seem to wake up Aaron with better than like an 8-3 off when I do a single straddle. He's waking up in the $200 straddle in a 5-5-10 game. Waking up with kings, getting it in good, holding, and winning a $10,000 pot. Let's go.
100.
Yeah, a pretty fantastic spot there.
I can't get the aces to hold. He gets the kings to hold there, man. That's awesome. Nice hit for AJ there.
And yeah, we're going to jump right into the net game.
Yeah, he went 25-50. Here we go. I got a straddle.
No, that's it. Enough.
We're gonna just.
As Slick Rick here is reloaded, it looks like he'll have to wait for the remainder of his chips, but
I guess it's
4 down. So much I was expecting, whatever it was.
It was something ridiculous.
Easy come, easy
I
go.
got a 2-4 offsuit.
$25 straddle.
yeah, the question here is what are they playing for? You know, how much for the nit penalty?
The net game was counted on that hand, no?
Raise.
Waiting for you to win and then.
Damn it.
Because since they're only playing 5-5-10,
Yeah, exactly.
you know,
And then you end up paying.
How much is a...
temptation could be to make the nit game a little bit too small. Since they're playing this game quite a bit bigger than I think lines would indicate, I hope the amount is 50 or
It tends to be 75 to 100 when we do these streams, so let's hope it's in that range.
Call the clock.
He said one. I said, okay.
Hi, good. How are you?
I was trying to give him a chance, actually, but Ricky...
That's always good to run.
Oh, no, that's not necessary.
Ryan proves again he is not a nit and puts money out there with a king high.
And somehow all three players have called, given the fact that it's not much, like, it's I'm stumbling over my words here. Words are hard, but like these 3 players could not have missed that flop any harder. Okay, it was actually just 2 players.
Just the 2, yeah.
I was like,
John made the call.
how is 9-8 in there? But indeed, it's John making the correct call with the ace high. His hand is still best, but he is going to bet it, presumably trying to get his opponent to fold like a 3, maybe even a 6. And if you're Ryan here, you know that
Straddle, double straddle, triple straddle.
your opponent can have some very strong hands here. You know, some top pair
I did that JV.
and such. Then yeah, he's just gonna let this go.
It's like, you know, JV always fucking wakes up whenever we do this. He wakes up with aces, kings, ace kings.
John here thinks he just got away with a bluff, but it was the old value bluff. As we look at profit and loss here, there are no like small winners or losers. Everybody up or down pretty much 1,000 or more.
No one missed. Yep.
And we've only gotten through a couple of orbits. So yeah, chips are moving.
And we've got the knit button game because we didn't have enough action going. So here we go.
I was gonna be wrong, I think, but I thought it was.
Yeah, 2 orbits in and 3 players
We straddle for 50.
are up pretty close to a buy-in. 2 players stuck
It's just
pretty
50,
close
this
to a
is
buy-in.
50.
No decision.
A lot of movement.
Don't look.
I have to look.
Doesn't have the calling chip ready.
Alright. If you take more than 3 seconds with kings, though, it kills your hand, alright?
Large open size here from Ryan with the Jack 10-0. Jay will make the call on the button. And it does make some sense to raise a little bit larger than you sort of normally would. You know, a lot of times if you see, you know, the 10-10 or 5-10 and a quarter game, right? Like the standard open size is 75. And you see that quite frequently, the 3x open. When you get out to like a double and a triple straddle, it does make some sense to raise a little bit larger just because the pot is already bigger. You've got more players to get through. But this is sort of quite a large open size here from Ryan, going from 50 up to 275. Gets called in a couple of spots, and AJ drills it with top trips. Checks over to Ryan, who continues for 375, and Jay is going to float him with the king high here.
Yeah, what a spot for AJ. Just loving it.
And yeah, while the temptation could be to raise, he's got this so locked up that he's just going to make the call. It is a little bit tough to get paid when you just like completely annihilate the board like this, because at some point later in the hand you spring into action and start raising and everyone's like, oh, wonder what you have. But you know, if you can let them do the betting for you for a street or two, may as well give it a shot. Ryan here picks up an up and down straight draw, checks to him once again, and while this is a little bit of a scary board to continue attacking, some of your opponent's ranges will consist of, you know, pocket 5s, pocket 4s, ace deuce, those sorts of hands, or maybe even, you know, we saw earlier the float just a couple of hands ago with the ace high from John, so maybe even some ace highs. You get some of those weaker holdings to, you know, feel a little bit uncomfortable here when you continue betting. So Ryan is going to go for it. Jay's out of there and back over to AJ now with his decision. These two players, I think, 2 of the deepest stacks at the table here. AJ taking his time, perhaps just kind of trying to make it look like, you know, he's got a pretty weak hand that isn't quite sure if it wants to call. But no, he is going to go for the raise. I take it back there. I thought maybe a little bit of Hollywooding before putting in the call so that Ryan would be sort of incentivized to bluff the river, but raised to 2.5K.
I've had those kind of rings. The resale on it is not worth it.
Honestly, giving Ryan a pretty good price to call here. If he calls, the pot's going to go up to 7,000.
Appreciate it. And don't appreciate it.
And
They do not appreciate it.
he'll have 5,400 behind.
I thought about it.
So if he hits his straight,
Sure, I did not bring it up.
he could get paid a lot more than what's in the pot now. I think he's got the price to continue. The danger, of course, is that his opponent has 9-8, and he's just super dead.
Yep. I totally concur, bud. I was 40.
Yeah, tough spot. I'm with Tara there. I think AJ is wise to try to raise here. Put Ryan to the test. Hard to put Ryan on this specific hand, but
I will tell you this honestly. I'm not going to have that regret because I really gave as close to 100%. Whatever 100% is, I gave close to it.
I think Ryan here is a little bit concerned, perhaps, that the price is so good. He's like, if you just have like pocket deuces, 9-8, and I'm just toast.
She hated that. That was my fucking bet.
Like, even if I improve, that's actually like the worst thing for me. You know, that might be what's running through his head right now, because 1,400 into what's already out there
Dining room table that she hated.
is a pretty fantastic price.
So that's why I bought 3 cars.
Doug R saying ship it. He's not going to ship it. He is going to make the call.
Imagine what the other two that you put in the garage look like.
And close but no cigar, looking for a 7 or a queen. Doesn't come through. AJ will finish with the best of it. And that's not the scariest card either. Like, he doesn't love it because 7-10 just got there, but like, I don't know. I don't think you have to worry too much about that. But I mean, it's a very real, you know, possibility that 7-10 just got there.
Checks it to him.
He's going to give Ryan an opportunity to blast this. I would presume the only reason to check is to induce a bluff, but that really pins your opponent down to having pretty much exactly what he has.
Oh, I fucking so mind fucked myself, boys. I don't know. I guess I check. I should have popped it. I don't know. I got 2 jacks.
Wait, Ryan says he has 2 jacks? So either we had a misread or he was lying.
I'm going to go with the latter, but
Trying to trap.
I know you're not. All right, Daniel Boone. All right, good you trapping.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think he was saying that too.
I was trying to trap too.
What a terrible play. What a terrible play.
Horrible.
anticlimactic finish to that hand, but we were on the edge of our seats there, seeing what Ryan was going to do. Our action player so far tonight chose not to put in a big bluff, which we all know would have been bad news for him. Interesting finish to that hand, Aaron.
Yeah, definitely was. I mean, I kind of expected another bet from AJ, like, even though the sort of straighty connecty card, you know, kind of came in. It wasn't a club for the flush, and it wasn't like a 7 or a queen, which would have made the most sense against Jack 10. So I don't know. I think he definitely still could have bet there. Mallory says can confirm that he had pocket jacks. Okay, so we had a misread,
Yeah.
and he was playing the big over pair not the straight draw.
I'm gonna call if it's my turn.
All right, that changes the hand texture quite a bit.
Yes, sir.
Wait, you pre-bet? I mean pre-tipped?
Of course.
I fold.
On to the next one, hand number 20 here. Slick Rick waking up with 2 red kings. 3 bets to 600 over Ryan's initial open. 3 coin cold calls in between. Ryan will close the action with a call. And 3 players to a flop. Juicy board here for 3 coin as he flops the nut flush draw. And he donk jams?
Call.
Wow. All in and a call.
I got what he had.
This pot just absolutely blew up for kind of no reason at all.
No, king.
There's like 2,000 in the middle, less than 2,000, and 3 coin rips it into 2 players. And he's got 6,700 out there. All right, I think we're running it twice though, right? I think that's what I heard.
Wow.
And wow, that is the worst way to win the first run out. Oh God, so many outs. Can he fade it? He can. Holy
He
crap.
can.
I was sweating a lot.
Wow, the black ace on the first run out,
After 3 of diamonds.
That sounds good.
which 3 coin is able to get rid of his knit button with that one. For the first board,
Yeah.
You would have.
Yeah. Wow. What an incredible hand. That went from not quite 0, but you know, pretty close to 0 to 60 in just 2 seconds. Like all of a sudden we're all in and calling it off. Like what?
3 cards.
Nice hand.
Thank you. Well bet, well played.
Poker Views is joining us. Says, "What's up, my poker people? Tuning in from Trenton, New Jersey.
You didn't hear it?
Welcome, Poker Views. I don't know if this is your first time, but glad you're here, man.
Now you're being neutral.
We've got good action so far.
That we do. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, Poker Views, as well as everyone else who's tuning in. Thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't had a chance yet to subscribe to the channel, please do find that button right down below your little video screen there and click it. Also, while you're at it, we would both so much appreciate it if you'd help us out and hit that like button. Let's get this program out to more YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, all of the above streaming people in the world. So thank you guys so much for what you do. Words are hearts here on TCH Live as we move right along. Slick Rick going from 2 red kings to 1 red king and 1 red ace.
I wasn't rooting against you. I was just trying to show off.
Okay. I believe you, Carlos.
AJ here going to take a page out of Ryan's book and squeeze this up with the 2 black 9s.
Slick Rick wanting to know if he still has his knit button.
No respect.
Yeah,
does
Slick
not.
Rick here. Just calling is a little bit, you know, I mean, like certainly not unreasonable, but he does invite John into the pot by doing so.
That was before the.
It looks like a good flop if you're AJ because you've got an overpair to the board, but you're also concerned about 3 sets because Slick Rick and John both called, and those are the sorts of hands that you tend to give, you know, a pretty good chunk of their range to. It's going to continue though, and for a large size, 1100. Slick Rick has under-repped his hand pre-flop, so he is going to make the call. Feels like if AJ ever has any ace, jack, ace, queen, ace, king that squeezes pre, he's ahead of all of that, or at least chopping. He takes some of those hand combos out now as the jack peels off. Shouldn't be a scary card for AJ. Be much more concerned about an ace, maybe a king, but the jack just really shouldn't be many of those in Slick Rick's calling range. And Slick Rick has pot behind, so SPR of 1 here. I think AJ can just sort of pile it all in here, but see what he thinks.
Yeah, and he even picks up a double gutter to give him a little bit more confidence with those 9s. If he somehow was behind, I think he's really liking his spot here. There you go.
Nice little win there for AJ, who's on a bit of a hot streak. Chips up to $16,000 in his stack, starting at $5,000. So nice chip up there. Of course, there may have been some adding on or whatnot in between, as this is match the stack, but AJ has been hot, and I think he has won the vast majority of those chips, if not all of them.
Yeah, I think he did. I know Ryan just added on a little bit to his stack. So like Aaron said, this is a 5-5-10 game. Everybody started with 5K, but after the first hand, it's a match the stack game. So you will see some of these players dig into their pockets or their little satchels or what have you, and their fancy bags, and pull out more cash and more chips. And we could have some really big stacks as we are just an hour and 20 minutes into this 5-hour stream.
John going back to the well with the queen 10. Makes it 125 this time. Carlos pounces immediately with a large 3-bet, and he'll get rid of his nit button.
You have to keep your nib button up.
You shouldn't be allowed with 1 and 1.
No, you said aces and kings. You said aces and kings.
What is upside?
You're trying to implement a rule. If you've got aces or kings, you can't get rid of your nit button, but that was just one of each.
Oh, my bad. I couldn't see straight. Oh, okay.
That's pretty funny. Like, your hand's too good to get rid of the nit button.
Hey, and Carlos is one to limp in with some of those premiums sometimes, so, or just flat. So good job on him popping that up and getting rid of his button.
How do you say I fold in French?
Yeah, we'll get those VPIP numbers up shortly, Red Reaper. Let you know.
Attaboy.
Oh, you pissed him off.
Aaron, it's safe to say that this is our fastest start out of the last several weeks that we've done streams together.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, inside of the first, you know, basically hour, little over, we've had multiple 10K plus pots, players all in. But it's been a spicy one, that is for sure.
Absolutely.
Z-Fish, the original Razor here on the button, gets squeezed by Ryan from one of the straddles. Sonny in the YouTube chat wants to know, what is the button for? The little red buttons are part of the nit game, where if you win a hand, you get rid of your red button, and the last player who still has a red button remaining has to pay out a penalty to everyone else at the table. So you win a hand, you get rid of your button, and you receive your reward, which I think in this case will be 50 or 75, maybe $100. We didn't actually catch what they were playing for. And then the last person who hasn't won a hand yet will have to pay all of those people out. So hopefully that answered your question. Z-Fish here, it is the night of the nines. Or I guess it was eights earlier for AJ, sorry, but 9, 9, 10 on the flop. Z-Fish here crushing it.
Some chip carriers with a zipper on them, maybe even a chain for 3 for poker. Yeah. We're having a good time with it, man. I've got
Ryan
my
checking
dogs,
from
you know,
out of
people
position
helping you with it, some designers.
with the ace high. A couple of backdoors working, but given the fact that he did not c-bet this flop,
Pleasantly surprised that no one laughed.
looks like he's going for the more passive route. He is going to go for the check and the call.
Do you guys use the
But does not pick up any additional equity here. Now drawing dead.
I can do the weekend. See, on those bags, how I buy them is through eBay and they're eBay authenticated, so they're real bad per eBay. So yeah, I can order anything with the guys like Harvey, the guys I'm supporting and with the brand. I'm getting them all black backpacks with 3 coins on it. But I'll do whatever you want to. You know. Whatever you want.
We'll talk. It's a gift from my brother-in-law.
Right on. Yeah, whatever you want to do. And
That kind of ruined the surprise if he watches. It ruined the surprise. Okay, just making sure.
Z-Fish continues here after check 2 on the turn, $1,150. So 1/3 on the flop, 2/3 now on the turn. Pretty uncomfortable spot here for Ryan. I think, I mean, I don't know, it's tough, right? Like you kind of ask yourself, what better hands do I have that check the flop? And like certainly you could check with some 10s full and things of that nature, but you know, he's going to be c-betting at a pretty high frequency, one would presume. So he is going to hold on across at least one more street, puts the call out there. Queen of spades, not a good card for him. If his opponent was bluffing with king jack or queen jack, something like that, they just got there. The effective stack here is Ryan, who, I don't know, at least on screen we've got him at 2.7K. Z-Fish here is going to bet what seems to be all of that, but does he have 1Ks in his hand, or are those $1?
He does.
Scoops?
Those are
Okay.
1Ks. Yeah,
Okay,
he
that's what I
added
thought.
he added a 3K just a little bit ago. Just hasn't been updated yet. But
Okay, I thought that's what the case was. So this is not trying to, you know, sort of put Ryan all in, so to speak. But Ryan here is, I mean, I think the calls on flop and turn were certainly reasonable, but now it's like all of those bluffs got there. It's full rainbow board on the turn, so there's no like backdoor flush sort of nonsense that just like took a stab on the flop and picked up a little additional equity. There's none of those, right? Like those don't exist. So you're only beating 8-7 and Jack 8 at this point, and you have a 7 in your hand, so that's not ideal. Rather have a hand like Ace-5 or something, I think, but he's still in the tank, and I think this one through. In the spot just a moment ago, he used up a bit of the time bank as well. This would be a pretty massive hero call, just the Ace-7 high. Unless we've got another misread, right? I mean, who knows?
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, Ace-10.
I think Ace-10 snaps, but
I do too.
I mean, I'm going to give him credit for the Ace-7 here, but until we're sort of proven otherwise. But I mean, this is I mean, even, I guess pocket sevens is possible, but pocket sevens probably bets that flop. I think he's actually just here with ace high.
We have seen Slick Rick put in a few thousand with queen high on a stream before, so.
That's true, and he was wrong as well.
Yeah. And he laughed that one off, though. He was a good sport about it.
Yeah, the queen is just the worst card ever. I mean, if a deuce or a 3 or a 4 rolls off, like, okay, you know, ace high may be good.
Anything, it's just I don't know how much way to, support.
There it is, makes the call.
World?
And that was a spicy one and a brilliant flop for Z-Fish. Gets paid 3 streets
What a flop.
by ace high.
Gotta know what he had. Gotta know what he had.
Do you have ace standing something? Oh, yeah, sure.
You just give me 0 credit?
Sorry, I thought it was short. I buttoned it.
0 credit given. They're like, look, if you can call 3-bet pre-flop with Jack 9 off, you can have all kinds of other crap. So yeah, no credit. So again, let's remember that we can see the cards, right? We've got a bunch of people in the chat saying like, what is going on? How can you do that? We can see the cards. We can see that that looks really stupid, or looks, kind of punty or whatever. But and I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong, but just remember that we can see the cards and he's there trying to figure this out on the fly. What do you beat, right? You beat 7-8, you beat 10, you beat Jack 8. Like, there are some hands that ace high is ahead of. It's just not very many. So he's sort of hoping that it's this very low frequency, small part of the range that he's going to beat when he makes that call. If he indeed made that call with, whether it was ace 7 or pocket 7s, right? If we assume that at least one of those cards is correct, that those are the most logical hands. He does beat some hands, so it's just not many, and it wasn't that one.
It was definitely a wrong play.
When you mentioned Jack 8, there's a straight, so that's not even one that he beats. So I got to find out what he had. It's going to kill me, and it's killing the chat. Trying to figure out what the hell he had there.
Jack 8. Jack 8 made the straight because the queen came in. You're right. It was Queen Jack, Jack 8. So it was only, it was 8-7.
8-7, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that was the straight that I was trying to think of, or the straight draw that I was trying to think of. No.
I hear they're doing okay. I mean, there's a market everywhere for this, so this is awesome. Yeah.
7s and 4s for Jay.
I'm pissed off people beat me to it.
OFC.
No,
with Jack 7 outflopped and in a nasty way. Thankfully for him, action killing card on the turn slowed everything down. So he only lost the $200 bet on the river.
There's bubble now. That's it. A bubble burst. And it's really hard.
Let's see. Who do we have left? We got OFC still has his knit button. Slick Rick and Ryan have their knit buttons.
Yeah, everybody on this bottom side of the table still with theirs. Everyone else has won a hand. Yeah, if anybody wants to hop in the mix, show us how it's done here on TCH Live out of Dallas on Tuesdays. You got a link there in the YouTube chat. You can click that, or better yet, go ahead and reach straight out to Mallory with her information there on the screen right now. And she'll do her best to get you in the mix. We'd love to have you.
125.
Fresh faces are always welcome on the stream. And If you would like to play on the live stream but don't live in the Dallas area and would prefer to play in Austin or perhaps down in Houston, those links will pop up throughout the night in the chat as well. May be posted in the video description down below as well. Go ahead and fill those out. Let us know. We'll do our best to get you in down here as well.
Not Nick, Lou. I can put you all that way.
3Coin wanted to play,
Seven deuce, Bruno,
but he's
right?
just going to let that one go.
The Red Reaper says if he didn't live in New York City, he would love to. Married with a kid on the way. Congratulations there, Mr. Red Reaper.
You can't win them all, Z-Fish. I mean,
Yeah,
that's-
congratulations. That does put a damper on the playing live stream poker in Dallas, Texas.
Making up for lost
Just a little bit, but you know.
I'm trying to unintentionally stay out of that.
Sounds like
We have
Poker
had-
Views may be joining us though. I mean, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, Trenton, New Jersey, come on.
Z-Fish got
We
like
do. We have had a few folks have some really good beginner's luck on our stream
seen him play a few times.
and walk away with heaps of cash. So maybe you can talk Mama into it.
Yeah, ace ten. Did you have ace ten there? Did you have ace ten there? No, ace high. Oh, that's it? No, you did not.
What
What is that?
That's a straddle. That's a straddle.
Well, I mean, wait till I see my card.
There's the information. Ryan saying he called with ace high, so yeah, I think it was ace seven of clubs.
What a sicko.
If you would have put the 200, it would have been king.
Well, that's the point. You know?
$100 straddle is on OFC limps. Ryan gonna raise this up to 350 and run into Jay with the ace queen of diamonds. And he's gonna play this as just a call. $100 straddle feels like getting all the chips in pre probably doesn't feel the greatest, so he'll just call. That'll bring in a couple more players, and we're gonna go four ways to a flop. 3 aces represented. And what do you know? Case ace on the flop.
Let's go.
A nice little king out there for good measure. However, Ryan, as the pre-flop aggressor, may not see an ace-high board with 3 opponents as the greatest place to continue, but
You're good. You're
he
good.
will nonetheless. 400 is the bet. And everybody calls, of course.
Yeah. OFC wanting to get rid of that knit button.
And wow, what a card here. I mean, 3Coin goes from a pretty bad spot to vaulting into first place by a mile. And he's gonna bomb this. 2,500 into 31. And Jay, who was probably looking forward to either having it check through or perhaps check calling a modest bet, is now like, wait a minute, what is this? Jay and 3Coin were just sort of like the check callers in this hand, right? Like, that's our role, man. What are you doing just leading out here? What did the jack do for you? The outhouse to the penthouse. Absolutely right, Tara.
Wait. Still one card to come, though. He could go right back to that outhouse. Ryan makes this call and gets the right river card.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, though, like, what are you really hoping
Yeah.
for? Because he's going to be out of position, and it's really hard for him to improve. If a queen comes, you know, maybe he feels a little bit okay, but, I mean, does he really? And if a 10 comes, sure. But it's just really hard for him to improve or have a river card that doesn't just suck. And if he just like checks and 3-coin rips it all in immediately, what are you doing with ace queen? So yeah, he lets it go in 3-coin. Very fortunate turn card to take that down.
I think you got ace jack. At least.
I had ace deuce. I needed that.
It's just annoying you have a gutter.
Thank you. And even then, I don't know where.
Yeah, you're.
It was a good fold by Jay, like you said. Not a lot of ways to improve there. Spicy hand.
Doesn't care.
Yeah, we've had a fair number of those. Hand number 27
I know, that's why this guy's
coming at you. Ace jack, sorry, ace 10 for AJ.
Not much of a punishment there.
3 coins, still stacking up his chips. Wakes up with another suited Broadway hand.
Four players to a flop, 2 5s and a 10 out there. So toppy for AJ. Far and away the best hand.
It's only poop.
And check around.
AJ has the ace of spades, so didn't feel like he needed to. Actually, it was OFC that was the pre-flop aggressor, wasn't it? Yeah. C-Fish here, straight draw and flush draw on the turn. Leads for 350. AJ calls. Brick City on the end, and AJ here, I think, should feel pretty comfortable making the call. He does.
Hold it a fucking 6.
And Z-Fish lamenting his need to bluff.
Wish you could tip you more, but you're.
It's all about timing. Huh?
I flatted because
I didn't believe you
tried to
either.
I could have had it 5, AJ. What the heck?
Well, for Butch's first time dealing in the box on the live stream, he is spitting out some fire with these cards tonight.
Nah,
You put it on, I'll put it on.
I don't do straddles.
You're gonna bend it.
Oh, yeah? I quit 2024.
Yeah, let's go back to 5.
That's your favorite dot
Let's go back to
5, 5, 10, 25, 50. We have had the 200 on
20 bigs.
once.
Yeah, that one died at AJ. Even though the first time he put the 200 on, he got pocket kings and stacked Rick. The second opportunity, he decided to decline. Yeah. But he's good for the 50.
No.
So yeah, you go both either way.
He's facing a raise to 250 here. Dominated position for AJ, but he will
Yeah,
make
I
the
think
call.
if I raise and he rips, it's like weird, but I still call. It's like 20 bigs. Like, yeah, he traps and like jack high. What are you playing approximately?
Like probably 4, change, 5, I don't know.
Not much.
A lot less than me. So. You take my whole stack, it still does damage.
That's a lot of talking. A lot of talking, and then you get rid of that nip.
It is a lot of talking.
Yeah,
You know,
that's,
get my nip button, send me 800.
You have me dominated at King 10.
King had good, right? Was that the last
Yeah.
one? Where's, there's two.
All right, down to 2 players with the knit button, Slick Rick and OFC.
The hard part is you gotta win a hand. You gotta play hand.
Don't see how you play.
And then there were 2. We do have a dealer change going on. One more tournament post I'll put up right now. We do have a tournament starting tomorrow, the even bigger one here at TCH Dallas. There will be flights
It's like the worst card.
starting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Diamond's fine.
and then at 5 p.m. those entry flights will go on until Saturday, with day 2 starting at noon on Sunday. It's a 30-minute levels, $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack. It is a $250,000 guaranteed prize, and we have been crushing those prize pools so far. So look forward to that. I'm going to fire at it. Hope to see some of y'all out there.
All right, so we're going to do a $100 flip for the dealer change, and then I think it's sort of mandatory for OFC to put on the $100 straddle, or excuse me, $50 straddle for the next hand to ensure himself an opportunity to get into the hand if he needs to, right? Because Slick Rick is going to have to act first in that case, whereas if he doesn't put the 50 out there, then he'll have to act first.
I mean, I figure you guys are ready.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be a nice dynamic to that next hand after this flip here.
You guys want? You guys let me know.
I need diamonds.
Let me see if I win.
He's got a lot of.
And this is Travis hopping in the box here,
Oh, I got the deuces.
He's blocking
Deuces,
all my
deuces.
making sure all these cards get scanned properly.
Got it? Okay.
He's blocking my dues.
All right, here we go.
7, 8, 9.
Club?
There's still 3 diamonds
Straight?
left.
I got straight.
We have this.
I got a straight draw-ish.
Let's go diamond 9.
Go into the turn.
Diamond 9.
It's that one.
Oh, I like that. That's good for me. Come on.
All right. We're sitting at,
Queen
there it is.
10.
That's 7 9 queen 10 there for the straight.
Is there a king 10? Or
So far I've got queen 10 for a queen high straight. Queen 8, sorry, queen 8 for a queen high straight. Seat 5 so
Yeah, king queen, the only thing that would take this one away.
Oh, no, hold on, this is queen 8 as well. Queen 8.
That chop.
That is, they're both queen high straights and 5 and 6.
All right.
5 and 6.
Slow roll.
Cool.
I counted out in Carlos.
Carlos 3 coin going to split that up, make a little bit of profit.
There we are. Thank you very much.
Remember that.
Thank you, my friend.
It would be kind of good. It would be good for content if I don't want to take
$5
$6
Whenever I hand it,
Yeah,
you get the
and I'm trying.
5 10.
Yeah.
Alright. So 5 5 10, no mandatory strap?
5, 5, 10, 25, 50, 800, 200 is okay.
Got it.
boom. There's that $50 straddle from OFC.
5 5 10, 25 50.
I want to see what happens.
You want to hear?
I
Cool.
changed my mind.
And we got 100 on as well. 100 on in the seat.
I start now.
The cough.
What happened?
Let's
go.
It's 100.
Oh, there
Oh
it is.
no, the 200 is on. Let's go.
It's time to repeat the favorite.
Yeah, this is the meta game of the last 2 players in the knit game for sure. Now you just have to be careful you don't lose way more than just losing the knit game, right? Like
Right.
you lose the knit game, okay, you pay out $800 or $400 or whatever it is.
Yeah, so
You can lose your whole stack trying to fight for it.
3, 4, and 5 have all folded. 6 folded as well. Alright, rescan your
You said it was a
cards,
5, 5, 10
please.
game.
Everybody who's in the hand, rescan your cards,
Playing
please.
bigger than ever.
Thank you. Mark.
Yeah, this.
The 5, 5
I didn't.
made it play.
I didn't bring enough money.
Seat 6 folded, actions on seat 7, seat fish is folded.
It's a compliment.
Okay. We are to seat 8, action for 200.
Okay, the 200 on heads up.
Raise to 600. Fold.
Initial buy in Poker Views was 5,000, and it's matched the stack after.
Call 6.
Slick Rick, he's suited, and he gets to close the action. And he knows that OFC's not in there, so this is his opportunity,
And call.
and he will seize it. Well, he was dreaming of a flop, and that wasn't it.
That was
Although,
not the flop.
Everybody else is in the same boat here. AJ does have sort of double gutty here. He could hit a 10 or a 6 to make a straight.
Check.
But it's going to check to Slick Rick, and I don't know. His hand is super dusty, but man, he would love to win this hand. He's not going to bet at it, but will pick up a diamond draw on the turn.
Say we're mic'd up or anything. See, hey, check. We're on C.
Mallory, will you see if she's singing? Oh, we're just discussing the serious problems in self-station.
Ryan here is seemingly pondering a bet, and he will make a bet.
It's about a 675.
Third pot here, just a little over.
I swear.
Quick call from Slick Rick. He is going to need a diamond, and he gets it.
Bink.
I mean, let's be fair. He could have hit a 4 or a queen as well somehow, like those cards were live. But he gets exactly what he needed. And now Ryan is going to be left in a spot of, he started bluffing the turn.
Players all in.
And
Oh!
Table hands, please.
He tries to rep what Slick Rick had, rips it in, gets snapped. And not only does Slick Rick win the nit game, or rather not lose the nit game, he is the recipient of a double up.
You tried.
With the queen 4 of diamonds.
25, 26.
And I don't think OFC meant it that way, but he said, good try.
Shit, now I can't represent the dance. Thanks.
Bad timing. Yeah.
I didn't even do it for that. I was doing it for what she was saying.
Rip City just bluffs right into the second nuts.
I didn't even look at
Wow.
that. I would never do that. And I didn't even have a 6. I had king 4 offsuit.
29. Not queen? Yeah, this is
Picture it's one
It's the straddles.
So my wife and I go to my
Maybe 1,500.
3180.
Yeah, it's not good. No, because
And of course, Ryan was up almost 4K
it's not what it used to
within an orbit of sitting down. And oh, how the tides have changed for him so far. We're just 2 hours in, and we have 3 hours to go. We'll see if he reloads.
get the high end all over the place.
Tara, I do the same. I've bluffed huge into quads twice, and man, that's a sour feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing quite like jamming as a bluff and your opponent beats you into the pot.
I can't say it. You can.
Ryan did get the consolation $100 there from OFC for losing the nit game. So
The Lord knows I tried. Every chance I had.
Well, just like that, Ryan is down 2 buy-ins. We knew he was going to be action from the start, and at first it was working for him. His power hour, or whatever you want to call it, where he came in and just played every hand, chipped him up like 2,100, maybe even a little bit more, and then it has been solidly downhill ever since, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, he was up 3.8K at one point.
Okay, yeah, damn.
And AJ's stack is approaching 18,000.
Straddle on and seat 2, seat 3 fold. Fold. Call the hunter. Fold.
Trappy play here from 3 coin. Just calling. Ace king suited.
Raise, we're gonna make it 450. Fold.
Queen 4 down. Did you have to like over bet?
Well, he's 200. Two people called. He's got the button. 400 more. Yeah, 400 more, but he can get rid of the button and there's 3 players. Too much money in the pot. He's getting 1:10.
And 3 coin's not going to back raise, so this is a limp and a call. Out of position with ace king suited, and he just flops top pair, top kicker. AJ though with a gut shot to the wheel.
I'll pull it out of my pocket. I'll pull it back.
You're just fine. Yeah. No, pull it off.
Okay,
Yeah, that won't play.
thank
Yeah.
you. Okay,
We're heads up. Check. About a 250.
Quarter pot continue here for AJ. He'd really love to have had at least 1 club on this board.
Players all in.
Oh my god, this is a massive jam.
Did you say raise it or all?
I said raise.
That's what I
I just said raise. I just said raise. You just say raise.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's
but
okay.
Listen, that's what I heard.
I mean, I
So,
tried.
raise to a
Okay.
1,000.
Okay.
Okay.
AJ says you can have it though.
The 2 was coming for
Yeah.
but if we did get a call there and a deuce on the turn, I was thinking it would just be just
In the
disgusting. but-
situation,
Right.
if he snap calls, what do you do?
Well, then we have to verify. And it's not my fault if he says no. I said 1,000. then-
Well, we can show my card.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, those are weird when someone kind of,
Then we can only do this.
I don't know, maybe mumbles or something. I don't know. I don't know how he heard all in.
I don't either.
My bad, guys. I got a little excited.
Well, premature evacuation there, Travis. It happens to the best of us. Don't worry about it, bub.
We have
King suited, huh?
Watch you guys.
Who was sneaking with ace king? Please tell me.
Steve, these tiny little earplugs are really working. They've got these mic.
50 straddle.
Damn.
Raise to 125 in seats 4, 5 full, 6 full.
Jedi Master in the chat. What's going on, Jedi Ted?
Comes in hot, but rolls a 21. Better luck next time, buddy.
Skip the button. See what happens.
And a call. We're head up. Going to the flop.
Queen Jack against the 3s of John.
Check. And check.
Queen Jack wastes little time improving to the best hand.
Full.
And Rick will take that one down. Easy, easy.
Again, if you're enjoying this action that we've got tonight on this 5-5-10 game with big straddles, we've seen $200 straddles. This is who you would contact if you want to play in Dallas on Tuesday nights. The Miss Mallory herself, lovely Miss Mallory. And we'll put this up on the in the chat as well as our Austin
Set you up really well.
and Houston
Told you, man.
information as well.
Don't be
Raise. Oh, sorry. Call 50 here.
O's wrapped your
Here,
tool.
50. 7 full.
Randy, what is that?
8,
What is
9
that?
full.
Drink.
Oh, good question. Some kind of high, Mountain Dew, Mountain Dew. It's not even light, it's got all the sugar and everything.
All right, raise to 250.
Yeah, the tricky thing about having the players control their own all-in button is that mistakes can be made. Right, either someone throws an all-in button in unintentionally, or someone else thinks that they put an all-in button in, or right, like weird things can happen. Whereas at least if the dealer makes a mistake, all roads sort of point to the same place, and it's like, all right, we need to remedy what happened, you know, from the dealer, and you know, they're professionals, so ideally they'll make very few of those mistakes. So we just leave it up to them to do the all-inning.
Everclear is 90%, 190.
And a big cooler in the works here. Carlos with the kings running into aces for Slick Rick. It's going to be really tricky for Carlos to not go broke here, barring some sort of reverse cooler.
It's called different in every state. I'm originally from Ohio, so we call it Harry Buster. It's like when you put all fruit in a big tub and you add.
Carlos is one who flats a lot of his big hands. He raises this one up pretty big with his kings. And Slick Rick says, I've got the ones. And here we go.
I got aces.
And Carlos can't believe his misfortune.
Twice. We're going 2 full boards.
He will have a little extra opportunity to find a king and get bailed out, running it twice. And aces are good. No suspense required for this river card, and oh my god.
He wastes the king on the top.
I feel like a straight is coming, babe.
Yeah, this is pretty gross. Still can back into it here. Flush, straight.
Here we go, 10 ball.
Last king in the deck. The deuce of clubs. And that is going to be all of the chips going the way of Slick Rick, who found himself just a few hands ago sort of dwindling down, and he even made a comment of, hey, you said this was a 5-10 game and I didn't bring enough money. Well, he doesn't need to reload now. He is stacked and ready to play. Over 15K in front of him.
Yeah, I just knew he was super strong.
Sitting on 15K.
How much? 12,500. That's correct.
That'll be 2 players so far who have reached that 15K mark. I think AJ, we said, was up close to 18K.
Oh, one's here.
Yeah, it's a nice night if you're on the end of the table there. You got the 2 seat and the 8 seat really raking it in.
We have the 10 on here. Action 2. That's correct. Call 10.
Jay is going to play tricky trappy under the gun. Pocket jacks. Pocket 10s for John, though. Oh my god, look at all these hands.
9s, 10s, jacks, ace, king.
Raise now 250. Full.
Ace, queen? What?
My best friends.
That was good, Carlos.
This is like one of those movie hands, you know, where like everybody just has something insanely good, and you know, you play it all the way to the end, and somehow, you know, somebody wins with a straight flush.
OFC with 7s. I mean, what is going on here?
The
Finally,
hand
we
of
see a
destiny.
queen 6.
With that too. No, you're good.
Wow, AJ squeezing it up this large is a little bit out of line, honestly. Carlos makes it 250, right? Like, Carlos is not prone to just like tilting. and spewing. So when he makes it 250, I think you give that guy credit for something. And ace queen is pretty dusty. Anyways, we're going heads up to a flop here because Carlos does nothing other than call, and he is rewarded with an ace 5-5 flop. And he's going to lead for 800.
No, I have not.
And against any other opponent, you're pretty comfortable here with ace queen. Carlos just one to slow play these monster hands sometimes. Ace queen is just too strong, though.
It really is. And it was a small size, too, so you're like, who knows what he's got over there? Maybe, well, I was going to say maybe ace-jack or something, but very quickly,
Go ahead, Carlos.
Wow.
the bet
Too much.
of half pot, little bit under,
What a
and
fold.
ace-queen, straight into the muck.
He just says, go ahead, Carlos.
$1,000, yeah, they say.
Yeah, AJ knew exactly where Carlos was at. Paid him the 800, but that was as far as he was willing to go.
I'm not calling 2,500. I'm drawing very, very thin.
Yeah, he chops with any ace there, so it's just like, what do you beat? You're just going to keep having to put more money in as Carlos just piles money in.
Yeah, I mean, the question you have to start with is Carlos going to ever bluff this spot? As soon as you say no, then what do you need to win this hand? Yeah, ace queen gonna do it? I don't think so. Wise read there from AJ. He knows what's up. Gets out of the way.
Gotta get rid of my nib button.
Tara says she's not a fan of jacks. She would rather give an alligator a root canal. Never heard that one. Like it. Dig that.
I will take the jacks, personally, but I don't know. There's a dark, twisted side of me that would like to watch someone try to give an alligator a root canal and see what would happen.
The queen of hearts, so
John here doesn't have to go to those extremes. He just raises with the open-ended straight flush draw and wins.
King 8 is the best hand I've seen in a while.
you would have puked if that was a queen and not a king. You would have puked if that was a queen and not a
Red
king.
Reaper asking about the graphics, says it's hard to read. Yeah, black on red
Queen of hearts, so
isn't
not bad.
ideal. I would tend to agree with you. But hopefully
So it would have been-
you'll still be able to get the
Not been the
pertinent
queen of hearts.
information there.
I have.
As once again, we've got another clash of big hands happening. 3-coin limping under the gun.
Wow.
I didn't see your shitty card.
Call.
Did I get ice cream tea with my
A lot of dead money out there. Let's see what 3-coin does when this gets back around to him. He's busy flirting with the waitress, but let's see when he looks down at the two ladies in his hand again.
We'll raise it to 375.
All right, 375. Now he's raising the 375.
Well, I liked the
Go ahead and take that back. And
I liked the idea of the
there we go.
limp planning to back raise, but this is far too small of a back raise to be effective. So Z-Fish here wondering how big he has to make it, because I mean, neither of those two players really want to play against the entire table, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, I guess in one respect, it kind of puts the onus on Z-Fish to identify the strength of his hand. You know, like, you have to raise if you actually have something. And
if I flatted,
because
like,
if you just have like a suited connector or a small pair or something, then you're just going to call and invite all these other guys in. As it stands, we get down to the two hands that really belonged in this hand. Heads up, and comes ace high.
Did he get that?
I think so. We'll make sure that's in there.
If you hadn't played ace jack offsuit earlier,
Fish trying to decide how much he can get paid here, and he will go for half pot, trying to build the pot up large enough
If I
to
blow it up,
get
I'm checking always.
all of it in.
And then the bang's a king. Yeah, there's like that run out was and so bad because if we're running it twice, he needs You've been good at
Shows him the queens.
Twice.
I'm really fucking good.
Fernando in the chat asking how much would you have raised. I'm with Aaron as far as thinking that, that 375 with all those 125s out there just isn't quite enough to thin out the field. Of course, we know that Z-Fish had the ace-king suited and was going to repop it, but I'd probably put 600 or put a pretty big bet out there to really try to thin that field out there. What do you think, Aaron?
We're talking about 3-coin, right? For the back raise? Yeah, I think 600 is still too small.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean you've gotta say to yourself like 125 and what 3
4 or
players
5 at least,
called
yeah.
that amount, right? So if you can't get the first guy to fold, first guy being Z-Fish, then every time someone calls, it just becomes that much more juicy for everyone else to call, right? And Z-Fish he starts the domino effect. So if you make it 600 and he calls, no one is going to fold for 600, right? So now the question is like, well, how big do I make this? And, right, you can kind of get a little bit lost in the specifics of it. But I would say from 125, getting called 3 times to me, I'm making it at least 750. At least.
You started 3-betting every hand. You set the time.
And probably more, probably 800 or 900.
And of course, we know that would have just ballooned that pot. We would have gotten probably a lot different action.
Yeah, it might have been a death sentence for 3-coin, right? They get all those chips in free, and it runs out ace high. Tough spot here for Jay as he flops the joint and gets rivered. It's a rivered vote for AJ. This man has navigated a few sort of tricky spots, but has largely been running pretty pure. This hand is no exception. Bet of 425. And Jay here, who thought he was going for value both on the flop and now on the river, is like, huh. Well.
It's like I'm not folding, but I'm not raising.
Yeah, what a river card. Diamonds miss, clubs miss, 8-9 misses, all sorts of different things sort of brick out, and Jay gives AJ enough credit for any one of those bluffs. Pays it off. Another big one there for AJ.
Absolutely.
He's won several pots that have been 4K plus tonight, I would say.
Travis picking up right where Butch left off, dealing some fire out there.
Poker. Oh, yeah?
Almost 200 of you guys watching. We're 2 hours into our Tuesday night live stream from TCH Dallas. If you haven't already, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. A lot of great content on TCH Live from our Austin, Dallas, and Houston locations.
Raise to 225.
Help us continue to grow this chat and this live stream.
Call 225.
AJ here feeling emboldened.
Raise.
Gonna squeeze this up. 1550. And this is a nice, good, chunky size, right? Like, you can see here, he's making it about 8x raise. And this just applies a lot of pressure, right? Like, someone raises 4x or something, you know, these hands, you could definitely squint at them and think about calling. I mean, the Jack-10 suited, brilliant hand, right? Like, you want to play that hand. Every part of your being wants to see it flop with that hand. But the raise size just good enough to price that hand out, and AJ will take it down with the ace-3.
You
So
play much around here?
huge difference between, you know, making your raise sizes a little bit too small versus just the right size.
Yeah.
Nick gang, when Randy comes in now, I mean, there's got to be a turnaround for you at some point.
Cards, please. We have 25. Straddle long and seat ace. Come on in. Call 25 here.
Poker Monkey could have been back to the ones in the Streamlab rolls, but Frank stepped on the mine for him, so nicely rolled their Poker Monkey, getting some of those points back earlier.
No, I actually play more here. I like it more here.
Pocket nines against the 10-9 off here between Ryan and OFC.
It has more character. I like the people here more. Kalina's feels more like, it feels more like pop call at Kalina, and then here it feels like, I don't know, just like, I don't know, good characters, like good people. I don't know. Yeah, so, but it's hard to run. I actually like, yeah, like, for the last couple months, I actually haven't been, like, grinding cat if it's not on stream. So it's, I only come here for, like, tournaments, if there are any tournaments here, so.
OFC gonna bet his 10 high.
They had a big one, $400 one here, end of year.
And
It was like,
check
it
flop,
reached
check
like
turn.
650K in price. It was like,
Nines go into the muck.
like Texas Poker League. Like $400 to like reach 650K is insane. I finished 5th or 4th. Yeah. It was like 35.
Dude, that's great.
I know. It's annoying though because
What'd you bluff on?
Slick Rick talking about his finish in the New Year's Bang tournament that we had here. That it's a $400 buy-in, and I think the guarantee was, I can't remember, Aaron, was it 300 or 400,000? And we reached like, I think it was 300,000 was the guarantee, and we ended up with like 684,000 in our prize pool.
There was a King of Hearts out there, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
I think there was.
And Slick Rick finished, I think, 5th. Had some chips on the final table and bluffed it away on a really good try. Just ran into a big hand. Was a little frustrated with himself, but he got a really nice score. I think 30,000 or something like that. So
Yeah, I think he just said 35 a moment
35.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
He's
right,
had
East.
some
Sorry to cut you off
success
there.
No, he's had some success in some tournaments in the last year. So continued success for him.
Ace-10 suited here for Jay against the Ace-8 off for Ryan. It is Jay in position with the betting lead, and it's going to be tough for Ryan to hang around for too long here.
What do you think the games are like compared to like these games? So similar, more soft. Okay. That's what I think.
Queen good, Jay?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ryan here doing the most raising pre-flop, OFC and 3-coin, hanging out at the lower end of that spectrum.
I can't advertise it, but like, I wish they like had more games on here too. It's just like, be positive. They're,
We're trying to, I'm trying to get.
I mean, they're non-profit, I heard, which is like awesome.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's for it, because like,
yeah. But I think in terms of like location, it's a little bit off. It's just hard.
First 25 pump.
We don't need to give him any more information than he already has.
Raise to 75. Fold.
I'll give you all the Tuesdays and
Yeah, I think it would be great for like college kids vibes. Like, I think that's what it's great for.
Call it 75. Fold here.
Because it's very fragile.
And a fold. 9 of clubs expands. 9 of clubs guys going in the month.
9 of clubs, potentially an important card for John to know about. Both players will flop top pair of aces, and this is a bad spot to be in for John. Unless he can find running straight cards, flush cards, or find a 7.
Raise to 425.
AJ is going to check raise his ace-jack here, and immediately a 9 of spades peels off, completing the front door flush. But we quickly go check, check, and with the board pairing the 3, John is now improved to the 9 of spades as his kicker.
Look at that haircut.
Ace, 7.
Sharp.
Aces and 3s.
Figured we might see a small sort of blockish bet there from AJ, but decides to check it over. John checks it back, and
Says I'm supposed to flat ace jack,
that'll be the end of that one.
right?
Yeah, I don't know if the numbers are accurate there. John had, what, 1.8K it said left in his stack, so I'm surprised as well we didn't get a little bet out there.
25 on shuttle long. Raise to 75.
Yeah, it does say that John only has 1.7K behind, and I'm quite certain that he doesn't have just like heaps and heaps of chips sort of lurking over there, but I felt like I saw some pink chips, the 500s, and if he has any amount of those at all, then he's got more than 1,700. See if we can get a better look at his stack. It is tough, he kind of keeps his hand in front, but I think I see some pinks over there, so I think he's got somewhere more like 3K plus. And yeah, that is a little bit of the challenge when you have a match the stack game. Anytime, you know, people see someone win a big pot and the big stack sort of goes up. Of course, this usually only factors in earlier on, but you know, players are allowed to add on at any point during the stream, and if they don't tell the dealer when they do it, then that won't get added onto their stack in the sort of live stream accounting. So that is why we have some discrepancies from time to time.
Alright, we have a straddle on for 25. Fold, fold, raise to 75 and seat 6. Raise to 250, seat 7. Fold, fold, fold.
I thought it was like,
Yep. Yeah, they kind of. Fold.
Pocket 8's going into the muck. Didn't want to cold call a 3-bet. And he's probably glad he did, because that is one of the worst flops you could ever see for 2 black 8s.
Check. Another check.
Good thing OFC's not in the hand. Yeah. Well, it hurts.
Yeah.
3 coin here, oddly with the best hand on the flop with just ace high. Z-Fish does find a pair on the turn, but basically anybody's pot to win with a bet, and Z-Fish will take a stab.
This is this country.
Can you bring that, please?
You got it.
Randy, so do you have like a page for your brand and stuff? Do you have like a page?
I do. It's on Instagram.
Instagram.
3 coin. At 3 coin, I think.
Harvey's been wearing some of the gear out in Florida, right?
No, I wouldn't. I
Oh,
wouldn't
you're out
wear
there?
it. I wouldn't wear it.
Oh, nice.
I did it with
I like
Lee
it myself.
and Daniel the other night.
These guys are talking about their Instagram pages. That's 3 coin is 3 dot coin on Instagram. Starting to sell some of that merchandise, and a lot of it's going to end up being poker related. And Slick Rick,
Sweet.
his Instagram page is Slick Rick Poker. Rick is R-I-C, so Slick Rick Poker.
Make sure this thing goes off.
I
He's one of our local players here, and
in Texas.
really enjoys being part of the TCH family. You can see his camera guy in the background doing some content for him.
You got a base here now?
Yeah.
You got a base a lot?
We got another all heart flop here.
December.
Nobody has a heart.
Nobody's got a heart.
Best game from here.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Better people, better vibes.
Papa John.
Vegas,
Oh,
I think, has
different
too many
tagline,
grinders
sorry.
on it. It's like-
And Beach and your social media.
About 3/8.
Working with you back and
Okay,
forth.
yeah.
Everybody's got
I'll
trips.
get your contact out. Sorry.
Check. And check. What do we got?
Ryan's going to drag a big pot.
It's probably good.
No value?
That's got to feel good.
Good enough for this one. Flip it.
Yeah, a bit of a downward trajectory for him. Any pot feels good for sure.
How much? 2,000. All
You
right.
can already tell we've got a miscount on Ryan's stack there as well. He is, I think, north of 4K instead of the 3,000 that we have listed
Before I
on
thought it was
screen.
Like a crypto company or something, like because it's like a.
I heard him
coin,
just
like-
tell Travis he added on 2K, so maybe closer to
Nothing
the
that tricky.
Yeah, didn't realize.
Closer
it was
to
just
5
like,
again.
it was a brand, which is cool.
Reach. That's too much. Guys, make sure you scan first. 25 to play and see if calls. Fold. Raise to 200 and fold.
A limp and a raise in front. Looking down at the ace-5 suited, this is one of those hands that almost always
Raise.
gets re-raised, and Slick Rick does just that.
Sorry I raised, man. Best hand I've seen in 2 hours.
And
Same here. That happens a lot with you. Same hands.
You got ace 3?
And I did find out from Mallory that Ryan in our seat 1 is a local player. This is his first time on the stream, so
One or two.
maybe he could turn tonight around with some of that
Randy, you're under the
first
gun.
appearance run good. He did have quite a bit of it as the night began, so we'll see if he can't turn it around.
We have full. Full. Raise to 150. Full. I get that $5 back.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Saw that one this week too.
I'll be calling you.
Otherwise, you'd have gotten away with it. You said call. You said call. All right, we have a call in seat 5. Call in seat 6. Call in seat 7. Thank you, buddy.
All right, some pretty dusty looking hands in here, as well as Carlos with the ace-jack.
Check.
And everybody whiffs.
And check. Check it. Check. 325. Full.
Pair of 10 is good enough for Z-Fish to bet and win. Hand number 46 goes down without much excitement.
10, Carlos is the pot.
There, 25 on. We've got the 50 in.
So used to 5, 10, 25.
Yeah, no. Seat 9 adding on.
I don't understand. Yeah, it's every week that way.
Yeah, we have a $50 settle on CD. Good.
I'm headed back to Santa Fe on Friday. I should not be around for a while. Unless, I damn sure know it's going to be a smooth.
Yeah, a lot of times these Tuesday night streams will be a 5-10-25, and tonight we were calling it a 5-5-10. But as you guys can see, we've got 5-5-10, 25-50, pretty much every hand.
Yeah, this game definitely not playing small. And it, I mean, how could it, right? It's like you take all of the guys that are used to playing 5, 10, and a quarter, where the 50 comes out regularly, and you're like, all right, but we're actually only playing 5, 10, 10, or 5, 5, 10, or whatever. And they're like, no, we're not.
Check. 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 Check.
Jay here picks up the best of it on the turn with the ace deuce. And that is how things will shake out if we get to showdown.
Check. Check. And check who's got what.
And indeed, a lone ace, good enough.
Sorry, I'm over in time.
Not slow roll.
Yeah, he's last to act. He's not a slow roll.
Unofficial slow roll until he turns both of his cards over, right? Alright, we have 5, 5, 10, 25, 50 in seat 9.
3-coin is going to announce a hat change. 3-coin is announcing a hat change.
And a $100 shuttle on.
3-coin, the man of many hats, is announcing a hat change. So we'll see if that changes his luck. I think he's gone through 3 or 4 hats before on a stream.
And I told you I would tell you guys, check you out. Seat 4 is 100. Did get the 100 shuttle on there. Cool. Alright, we're in seat number 6.
The way you change diapers makes you want to poop more, Randy.
Whatever I do, I try to be the best at.
Here.
A call option. Check.
4 players to a flop. 2 of them have queen 10. The other 2 have spades. And we see nothing near that.
Check.
Bottom trips, though, for Ryan, and a gut shot for John, the 2 players with spades. Don't need spades to make their hand.
Check. Check. Check.
And we're still checking all the way down, and the front door diamonds come through. Somebody would have bet that by now, though, you would think. So
That is 200.
the trip 4 is probably still good for Ryan. He bets 200. And the rivered pair of 8s is the toppest of pairs, so John will make the call and get shown that that was the last thing in the world he wanted to see.
Nice.
It's a momentum starter.
Yeah, Ryan's a little frustrated because he just got a couple $100 there, but you got to start somewhere when you're trying to get unstuck. Not every hand's going to be a monster.
It does feel like that, though, sometimes. You get buried, and then you finally make a hand, and you win like $300. And you're like, cool, well, that's one tiny step for mankind, and we need many, many more of those, please.
Raise 125.
Failure to launch.
Yeah, right?
Call 125.
You finally get aces on the button or something, and everybody folds.
Beautiful hand here for AJ.
Raise to 450. Fold.
He will squeeze this up from one of the straddle positions to 450. And Carlos with the 6s and position. Feels like a kind of a large bet, 325 to call, but
John, you don't play
I think
tournaments,
he's
do you?
got the right price and position, but he disagrees. He's out of there. I mean, he is going to see a ton of flops that suck. AJ is going to continue betting, and what is he going to do? Just like hold on for dear life? Yeah, that's pretty much how you play those small to middling pairs, and it's not fun. So he's just going to avoid that pain altogether and just fold free.
And there is our VPIP. No surprise, Ryan at number 1 at a 47%. Not quite the 75 to 80 that he started off with. There's a good hat.
I wonder if that's the 3-coin brand though or not.
Yeah.
but it's like a 250K guarantee.
I don't know if that was picked up on a battlefield somewhere in the deep south or where he found that one, but
my guess would be a little fishing
thing,
a fishing boat down in like Costa Rica or something. But that's my take. It is a unique hat, that is for sure. Z-Fish with a trappy call. Is this for real? Yeah, trappy call here with the pocket kings gets Ryan to squeeze. And I think he's doing this precisely because Ryan was yet to act and would see this as a weak play. 3-coin tries to make the call here on the button with 10-5 at diamonds. Now Z-Fish is about to pounce. How big will he make this?
This doesn't hit the same. Yeah, exactly.
Says, I'm fixing to learn you.
Like winning flips like in key moments, like just
16, 20. Whoa.
Every year I go to Vegas or WSOP. I lived there for so long. Oh, really? Like, I never played tennis. I always played basketball.
Yeah. I think it's like fun, like once in a while. Like
Ryan here probably feeling like he's just kind of getting stepped on tonight.
Wow.
Yeah. He is gonna YOLO it in there with the 8-7 suited. Snap call from Z-Fish. This is exactly how Z-Fish drew it up. Now can he execute the finale by winning the pot?
Are you big? Real big? I have a good one. I think you got a good hand. I like my hand. It's gonna be chill.
He's got the aces crackers here, the 8-7 suited. Can he crack the kings?
Kind of made up my mind, hoping y'all are sharing cards. Oh, that's a bad flop.
Better than he thinks, actually.
No, not even. I have a pair now. Now I have a pair.
Oh, yes, you got a pair.
It's not gonna be good.
7-8. 7-8.
Oh my god. You have king jack.
He needs a
You
10.
guys don't even know, right? I'm fucking being
7-8, guys. 7-8.
I'm tilted like a motherfucker.
8-7 suited.
I know what it is.
All right, pocket king's good
I don't know
there.
if you're slow rolling, man.
No, I'm not.
No diamonds on that flop, so he still has some hope.
Yeah, that's dumb dead. I mean, I got a
Open ender.
8-7.
I got backdoor.
Okay. Yeah.
Open ender.
There it is.
Oh, wow. Bailed out.
Wow. Saves his $6,000 stack with a chopped pot on the river. Last card to come.
Yeah, wow. And Z-Fish was just oh so close to executing that flawlessly. He just couldn't quite dodge the 10 of hearts on the end.
Ace jack. Hearts.
Huh? See, okay, so I thought he had like ace king, ace queen. I saw you looking like you were gonna 3-bet, and I'm like, okay, I hope they're sharing cards. And I didn't think he's coming along, so I'm flipping.
Ace on both boards.
Yeah, not exactly.
Sharing cards didn't work out so well.
Fortunately, with Z-Fish raising 2.2K, he's never folding. You know. But it worked out. Ryan is still in the game.
Sure is.
playing really good against you.
Yeah, 6K. I mean,
Calling a big stack up
that
with
pot
ace
got a
high
little
and
bit crazy because of the way Z-Fish played it, but yeah, he's still quite healthy. Chips can go a long ways if he can find his way into a favorable situation. Very fortunate to hold on to those chips in that last one. And Z-Fish there, you could tell a little bit miffed perhaps that he wasn't able to stack his opponent after sort of setting it up perfectly. OFC here stuck in the sort of lower 30% of hands where he's been for most of the night.
We got 4 players going. Check. Check.
Some small pairs is about all we're working with here, but it checks over to Jay with a pair of threes.
You ain't on it, brother.
I'll take a stab.
Seinfeld. Assassin slow rolled my ass one time, so he owes it.
Call 125.
Brother, we're playing 5-handed. I'm on the button.
Head up, go on to the turn.
Straddle, straddle. We have 8 grand back playing 10, 25, or 5, 10. I don't even remember, but the straddle's on. It takes 5 bets to get all in for I jam, all in for 8 grand with queens on the button. No, he tanks for 6 minutes, calls. The flop is essentially the board runs out. King, king, queen. The moment I hit my queen, I table my hands, thinking there's no fucking way. And he's got to have ace king.
Yes, and a fold.
He turns over king. He makes flop. Why do you think I bluffed his ass?
AJ here with the 2 pair. Takes it down.
If you're going to tank with kings, I'm going to be able to put pressure.
Yeah. When you say tank, I was like, oh. If he doesn't tank,
it's 5-handed. I mean, like, can you imagine a world 5-handed with folding kings? Like, it wasn't that big.
yeah, never.
A big bet.
We have 5, 5, 10, 25, and 50. 50 and 15. Should we just made? 5, 10, 20.
Let's tip chips.
I guess so. Yeah, you're right.
And the dealers appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And a fold. And a fold.
Yeah, otherwise this would have been like
Raise to 150.
200,
Fold.
400. Based on how night's going.
Beautiful hand here for Jay, but he's going to play it slow, just calls, but is not rewarded with a pair. John here flops best with bottom pair of deuces. Diamond flush draw picks up on the turn for Z-Fish, however. Does not materialize. Queen deuce will finish as the best hand if we get to showdown, and we are gonna check through.
He's like, "Are you kidding me? I'll take that $1,000. Ship it, baby."
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, dude, winning those pots when it like checks through on the river and you get to showdown like your ace high or something, you're like, I think I'm winning and I'm really happy.
I think the only thing I like better than that is when I try to either bluff or bet for small value, and before I even touch my chips, my opponent's folding. So that's always a great feeling too.
Oh, especially when you're about to bluff, you're like, all right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna
do
go
it.
for the 2/3 sizing here, and then they fold before you can even touch them. Yeah, that's good. And no shortage of middling to big pairs and big aces here tonight. Plenty of hands to go around.
Yeah, 3 of these players have over 12.5K, so could be juicy.
Our problem has not been the hole cards; it has been these flops.
1 diamond out of all the players, 2 diamonds.
150. Full.
Wow, yeah, a lot of pokers.
And a call.
Yeah, the field gets whittled down to just, what, 2 players here? Ace, Jack, and pocket 8s.
Damn. I guess I gotta be good for the stream a little more.
250.
AJ bets 150 on flop, 250 now on the turn, and Z-Fish here has not picked up any flush equity, but does have a gut shot to the wheel. Go with his overcards and ace high.
You're good. Check.
And 8s are good.
Binding does increase.
I know.
Increases equity for sure.
Yeah.
Has to.
I bet you're ready.
I believe 4
Yeah.
Alright, we have a $50 straddle on.
That too.
25 you mean.
I apologize. 25 straddle on.
But we can make it 50 from here.
Alright.
There's the $50 straddle from Mr. Z-Fish.
Now it's
AJ's got the 100 on. Let's go.
So, I'm not sure how
Still 161 of you watching. Hope you're enjoying this action. We've had several pots over 10,000 already.
Yeah, well, I'm just,
Yeah,
I'm
this is
just,
like,
I'm just
so like when he.
letting her
Hand
know
number
what's going
54, 2.5 hours into our 5-hour stream.
on. Yep. Alright. So we got full fold here.
I'm folding like 95% of the hands here now.
Full.
When
Do
I
us a
AJ's
favor
on
though,
the
if you
last
haven't already, hit that like button on our YouTube stream and subscribe to the channel.
Raise. Now 275 the full. Full.
So you playing behind?
Not much.
Okay. No, not much. Can I take my bet back?
And a call of 275. Alright, so we're good.
That's my favorite hand.
4 and 8.
Oh shit. I wish I knew what that was.
It's gotta be AJ.
Wow, double gutter for John here.
Yeah, I understand. If they're in a hand, then
200.
you're
AJ has a flush draw.
mystery cards on the river. After cooling.
John doesn't have much left in his stack. AJ may want to put him to the test here, but he is going to. He's going to raise it up to 450.
No. It's small hand, small feet.
Call. Check.
Two basic.
I will confidently say that was the last person I wanted to do that to. Everyone else, I'll be very happy. AJ, I would have slow rolled.
650.
AJ doing a little inventory of John's stack over there. John does not have a whole lot left, and that 650 is a good chunk. He's going to let his double gutter ace high hand go,
AJ?
and AJ's going to show the 3-5 of hearts.
Same thing.
I could have had like 20 guesses. That wouldn't have been my guess.
3-5. Suited. Favorite hand.
Says it's his favorite hand.
What would be pretty good is like.
There's the player stacks right now. AJ's up to almost 20K. Slick Rick
and
just short of 15K.
fuck up people you play against a lot.
Z-Fish at 12K, but only up $28.
Hey,
Like
that's
Aaron
a solid
says.
trip to Taco Bell right there.
There he is. I was going to say, like Aaron says, a solid trip to Taco Bell.
All the way around.
That's a dangerous trip to Taco Bell, honestly.
That
You
is.
get $28 and
Fun straddle.
you're starting
Hold
to
on, hold on,
potentially
hold on,
do
guys.
some
We have OFC's back.
irreparable damage.
OFC's back in, so go ahead and pull those back.
We had the $200 straddle on, but OFC is back.
Please swing
They had 100, 200.
I'm gonna be so pissed
But
if
you
I have
should
aces here.
ruin it all.
3 coins out. We have 25 on seat 7, 50 on seat 8, fold in seat
I
9.
think 50 is reasonable now.
Yeah, and OFC, who has been looking down at hot garbage
Oh, nice.
for most of the night, is like, I ain't putting a $100 straddle on. You kidding me? I'm gonna let stack 4.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really?
I almost made it 100, so y'all could make it 2-4.
Rude. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight with you too.
I was not ready to go for. But if
My
you did
favorite
choose,
hand.
I had to go for.
He doesn't give me that.
Is it 3-5-2?
Yeah, I have to.
Check, check. Alright, we're head up. Check, check. And we're on turn.
Whole lot of not much here. For either player, king high is best though. Turn gut shot for Z-Fish. He'll bet with the 7 high, and that's good enough to take it down.
Not a 6.
I thought you easily got it all.
This one?
I say Spurs good too.
The other one's the same.
Yeah, fours are good. I don't have any part of that. Fours are good. Fours are good at counting.
Thanks.
Good at got counted.
Did he bump it up?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, yeah.
If at fours, they got counted.
I always bump it up.
But this don't look right. He was 50 last time too.
It was indeed.
Because Randy was out.
Because Randy was out. Yeah. And we have a full.
Okay, I'm pretty sure to give him.
Raise now 250 on 4 and 5 and 6.
Haven't seen a lot of sets tonight.
Wow, did AJ fold?
Yeah, that is true. AJ
Still not gonna get
rivered,
one.
rivered a set of jacks in that one hand against Jay.
Right.
You probably have like a 12% VPIP.
Can you check my replay right now? I think it's the lowest.
OFC says, can you check my VPIP right now? Well, your free flop raise is at 7%. VPIP is 26% OFC.
It's just at 26%. You're killing
Yeah, in fact, he's beating Carlos.
That's like
Check the tape.
it. Like, yeah.
And they both have respectable numbers. I mean, anything in the mid-20s is sort of reasonable.
Yeah.
The history of this thing. Yeah.
And Ryan's starting to level out a little bit.
No one's cashing the under.
never close under.
No one is cashing
No
the
way.
under bet.
Then everyone's probably at like 40, 50. If that's
Even if you fold it.
My last Taco Bell trip, I was pretty disappointed. I spent $18 and got 3 items, and one of those items was a drink. I got 2 cheesy gordita crunches and a drink, and it was $18.
Wow, that
Yeah.
seems excessive.
I did add the nacho cheese to those, but
To the drink
$18.
especially.
$18 at Taco Bell used to feed a family, you know? It's just, things are different now.
That's very true.
I just threw 100. So, oh, okay. So I owe another. That's me. That's right.
Alright, so we
Got
have
mixed up.
calls in seat 8 and 9. We have 4 ways to flop. Good.
All right, multi-way action here. 4 players in. And still no sets.
Check, check.
No sets, no top pairs. John connecting with a 9.
It's about a 250.
Oops.
Fold. We have the Jack of Hearts going to the button. Jack of Hearts going to the button.
AJ there with a gut shot, but not much to go with it, so he's done with it. And Ryan now sees that one of his jacks is gone, so
Yeah, I know, right? My mind works in mysterious ways.
he will make the call though, nonetheless.
Check.
A little bit of an odd spot to continue betting, but I think the goal here from John is to sort of do the betting now to maintain the betting lead
Next week
so that he will get to just check back a lot of rivers. So that does make sense from that standpoint, but pair of 9s with the queen kick in really doesn't benefit a lot from building a pot, but John gonna play that one kind of down the middle, does get his opponent to fold out all of the overcard equity, so that's a bonus as well.
You're not playing the silly stuff that you
Do you have a
3-4 times.
Do you have a I got slick Rick t-shirt or something?
Like walking the bank sticker.
Rick rolls.
2-7. Play the 2-7 game. Well, I mean, you're getting shitty cards, so that would be.
I'm not getting
definitely
70 either.
Oh,
You got,
okay.
that was the.
It is 100 to play.
Turn it over a new leaf. Shifting gears.
Yeah.
So you're off tilt now? You're off tilt?
Never.
He was never on to it.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you, guys.
No, he said I'm tilted as fuck earlier.
Yeah, you did.
You're allowed to think for a second.
Fuck yeah, you did.
That's a call.
When you had
Grown-ass man. I played this game. I can handle those swings of it.
when you had the 7-8, you go, I'm tilted as fuck, and I'm
Well, yeah, when I fucking jammed 7-8 on it, it's clear that's not exactly a strategic
I know, I'm just saying.
That was crystal clear.
That's why you
The
said
level
I'm
of
trying
tilt
to do this.
there.
I said, are you off tilt? That's it. I was just kind of, you know.
I apologize. I apologize.
3-coin limping the ace-king here is bringing the rest of the team in. Slick Rick here with an opportunity to just check his option, and 5 players are going to look at a flop that could have been a lot thinner.
I'm feeling nice today. Happy mood.
Top pair for OFC. Gut shot straight flush draw for Ryan.
Where the fuck are they?
Well, once it's on dealer seat,
JD's not here.
Call 250. Albert. Down to 3
3-coin is going to float the ace-king, and bingo, it's the 7 of diamonds. Ryan
Wow.
makes a straight flush.
Bet 400. Fold.
And 3-coin is leading into him for 400 with the king of diamonds.
Yeah, can we get the ace of diamonds on the river one time? Sorry, 3-coin, but can we get it? Is that too much to ask? It appears it may be out.
Raise to 1,000.
Ryan wants to build this pot immediately to try to get all the chips in by the river. The problem for him is perhaps that
All in
oh,
and a call.
wow.
Wow.
No problem at all. I'll just stop that sentence right there.
He said, do you want to go twice? There's no point, my friend.
Nice hand.
Yachts, man. What can I do?
Well, hello, Ryan. Welcome to the game, my friend.
yeah, what the fuck? Tilted ass motherfucker plays 5
Just like
He is-
that. Yeah.
Yeah, no longer a tilted, you know what.
That's it. That's it.
5130.
Yeah, so we'll get this all counted down and chipped up, but he's going to have somewhere in the ballpark of 12,000 or so after this hand. And he was stuck pretty big, so this will get him largely unburied. I don't think
Yeah, big
fully,
time.
but close.
I knew it was a travel.
And I didn't even get a chance to see if you noticed, you know, how good Ryan must have been feeling when Randy was telling him to move his hands so he could look at his stack.
I told you.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's got to feel good when you're sitting there with a straight flush. And then 2 seconds later, you just snap all in.
Well, I mean, I guess you're dead. Either way.
Wow.
Like this. I'm thinking about coin.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
And maybe 3 rings. Yeah, 3 rings.
Hey,
Yes.
hey, you got to do that.
You like that?
Yes.
That way it's true to my.
You can you company called
Yeah,
Green.
I like
Will that be offended at all?
No. It's just
I know. Let's take that off the page.
do that. Yeah.
And then 3 different coins.
I like it.
What a hand.
Yeah, that's.
And then the man loses thousands and thousands of dollars and is immediately into a conversation with John about new product
Yeah.
they're going to put up.
5,000 behind seat number 6. Adding on. We have a higher
Yeah, there we are again, Tara. We're jamming into straight flushes and quads. Welcome to the chat. Blue Elvis and Amigo de Fe evidently is a fan of eggplant parmesan. Thank you for joining the chat there. Try Olive Garden for that.
call 275.
You know I wasn't going to let that one go. I'm still amazed at AJ's just mound of chips over there.
Raise, total of 1450. Fold, fold,
I gotta stop doing this straddle bullshit.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You can't have 10 grand going on. I lost $50.
Yeah, he's definitely sitting pretty. Ryan, after that one, he's gonna be stacking chips for a minute, but yeah, that is breathing new life into his game here this evening.
Like, if we're doing the same shit, then I have
OFC.
Okay.
That's when I like will complain.
OFC with the ace-10, one of the better hands he's seen in quite a while.
And I'm behind, right?
You are 5K behind
That's
this
gotta
hand.
be covered.
Call the 1450.
And he is going to call with ace-3 of clubs. OFC here was really just hoping to get this one through pre, but he does have the best of it.
Mallory's behind the cash there.
He's got me now. Now, would you run that count that, make sure that's a solid 10?
So that was 1450 and it's checked to you.
I mean, if she's gonna come, she might as well get it. I was just like trying to speed it up. Same thing. Same thing.
Recoin going to check back the wheel draw. I think he definitely could have gotten OFC to just sort of bow out there, but after checking back, OFC going to go for 1/3 delayed c-bet.
GW, last call. 1-2 PLO, GW.
Are you coming in?
Recoin counts out the 5K he was adding on. And then makes the fold. So OFC there with the best of it, but definitely hoping to just take that one down right there. Will win his first pot in quite a while.
Oh my god.
Hey, what's gonna come up and say
Is that what it takes to get aces? Complaining all night, leave it 2%.
I gotta complain.
It's like 30 minutes. It's like, I never want to wait all night. We played like 7 hands.
Now we know the trick.
He gets a little bit, he got straight flush.
Yeah, I do sure. I'm just thinking there whining about being on tilt.
Sorry guys, I'm a tight player and that's all
I know. God damn it, I give up. His initial stand were just, oh fuck.
You don't
Gotta
even
fold,
say
oh
that,
fuck.
that's
I
alright.
got my beat again.
Get some nice ambiance there from Carlos. But,
That was a good fold, Randy.
the hand dryer out of there in a moment,
Tilt's one thing, no, tilt. Bet it's the wrong.
or whatever that may be. Here we go. We got some limping for 50 around the table. Slick Rick here. King Jack O.
Raise 400.
He's going to squeeze this up to 400.
Total of 400. Hold.
And that's going to get through.
Too much. Yeah. That's good for me. Blue base. That's just right for me. Did I already give it to you?
Thank you so much. If it wasn't yours,
That wasn't my ball.
Okay, yeah.
then thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, buddy.
Good save.
All right, Z-Fish up 101 trip to Taco Bell. AJ up $12,000. Slick Rick up about a buy-in. And 3Coin is now sitting at the bottom of the totem pole, stuck 8,000. Carlos down about a full buy-in, and Ryan has worked his way up to third place, only down 4,000. we close in on our third hour of live poker action here on TCH Live. I want to thank all of you guys for tuning in. And once again, if you haven't had an opportunity to strike the like button with the force of 1,000 ostriches, we would appreciate it oh so much. And we hope that you've also subscribed to the channel and tuned back in for all of our future broadcasts. Live poker cash games coming at you Monday through Thursday, as well as the final table of our Dallas tournament on Saturdays. Sprinkling of other final table live streams for some of our larger tournaments coming in as well. So plenty of good free poker content here on TCH Live. We get a two-tone flop queen high. And a little bit of extra time required for the action tracking.
There we go.
Wondering if we might have a little bit of a misread here or what, but at least as of right now, we can see the cards on the screen showing a king 10 versus a queen, sorry, a 6 deuce. AJ does let his hand go, and Slick Rick will pick it up.
You definitely need some gold with 3 coins in it. Both for rings or pendants.
Right.
Like, you got to find a way
That's
to
what
put
we've
it
been
together.
talking about. We had a real good meeting today.
I'm not a designer, so don't ask me. If that's your name, it is just...
Blue Elvis says he's going to come play the Dallas, come play in Dallas at some point. Also here in Austin, where I'm located. And I've met Sam before. Very good. All right.
I want to keep it.
You're just a very normal retiree, you know? Like,
Yeah, a couple of cool events coming up, Blue Elvis in Dallas, that I will put up here in just a second.
Yeah, that's right.
If you're looking for an excuse to come on up to Dallas. But you are welcome anytime. We've got the 2 locations, TCH Dallas and TCH Las Colinas, just about 7 or 8 miles away from each other. Spread different games, but they're both open 24 hours, so come on out.
Call 150. Call.
I'm doing a mid-game bomb pot.
Oh shit.
Okay, flip. 2-card flip.
I gotta take my take my hand
2-card
back.
flip. That's gonna get up to me 10 grand.
Bingo.
I check.
Alright, first player check. 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 That's a bit of 300.
What's his beat up?
Trailing.
No way.
Full.
No way.
Call it 300. Full.
All right. 3 players to a turn for 300 apiece.
Check. Check.
Queen Jack still best. We're going to check all the way through, and nothing will change with the 5 of diamonds on the river.
Check.
OFC looking to win a 2K pot here. Is he going to value bet this now on the river with just the jack? Of course, when everyone else is checking, you feel like the straight is always good.
You've been there for a while, or?
We were like, we moved up there. We got a 5-year-old now. We just lived down in Dallas, and then I needed more space.
And AJ here going to posture a little bit before he releases the ace high, and OFC will take it down.
And gotta feel good for Mr. OFC. Been getting some pretty dusty holdings tonight. Takes down a nice pot there.
50 minutes to get, 12 miles or whatever, there's no good way. I pay like $3 a day in tolls.
So I mentioned events coming up. This one starts tomorrow, the even bigger one, $250,000 guaranteed prize pool. 4 days of flights starting tomorrow. 2 different flights each day. Day 2 is going to be Sunday. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack, 30-minute levels. This is going to get big. We're going to blow this out of the water. So if you are a tournament player and want to come to Dallas, come join us starting tomorrow.
Range 150. Fold. Fold, fold, fold.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible that, I mean, just the Saturday tournaments in general at Texas Card House in Dallas are just great value. But then the fact that every month you get a 250K guarantee that always blows up that guarantee by a wide margin, like, that's just so awesome. Like,
Yeah,
I love tournament poker in Texas. It's just amazing right now.
Nuts.
Still no sets. Ryan can't win with a pair of sevens, and OFC back-to-back hands. I don't know. Call it a heater, maybe.
Absolutely. And the other event that's coming up in the end of February, short month, leap year this year though. It's called the Leap into Spring Series. It's going to be a 2-week series with over 1.8 million in guarantees. There'll be tournaments at both locations, TCH Social in Las Colinas and Texas Card House in Dallas. Keep tuning into our website to check out all of the information on that. Should be up by the end of this week.
The first name was
Aaron's going to come up for that one.
That's right. Yeah, hopefully, depending on what the schedule looks like, I'll be able to come up and play a couple of events. If not, I'll almost certainly be there for the main.
Nice.
What time? It's 9. So
Yeah, an hour and
Raise two, 25.
long time.
Yeah,
Fold, fold.
Long time to turn it around.
Alright, you got it.
And a fold.
It's on a game.
Suited, I would
It's
call.
on a net game.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Blue Elvis, feel free to plug that chiropractor's name in the chat if you'd like to. I've been looking for a good one.
People are
Maybe when
dozing off.
when Mallory comes.
Because you look like a
I
leprechaun.
think he doesn't want to
It should
go.
be like 9 o'clock-ish. So I'm not sure.
I
It should be
think it has something to do with the pot of gold.
here in a couple minutes. Yeah, should be pretty soon.
Why are you asking?
Yeah.
Curious
All right, we have 5, 5, 10, 25.
I feel like if you're on stream, you gotta play at least like 2 games. You know, it's
AJ with the giant mound of chips.
Yeah.
We'll put the $50 straddle on.
yeah, no.
Barely get his arms around it to look at his cards there.
Yeah, that's a good problem to have.
Absolutely.
I gotta start complaining again.
OFC not going to go for the three-peat. He is going to go ahead and just end the heater right there.
Last time, do you remember?
I'll be honest, I don't pay attention to anybody else when they're
Radio frequency. Radio frequency.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the name of the brand. That's the RFID.
Yeah, all right, right.
Yeah. All right, we're head up. Check. I apologize. He's first here. Is that 100? My mistake. 100 and a 4.
Easy pot there for John.
I'll take thank you, boss.
I'm just glad I knew who to call.
You're single now. You gotta post it on.
Wow, that sounds dangerous, but I mean, I guess if a licensed chiropractor is doing it,
Yeah,
then
depends,
more power to
what
you.
your mindset is, I guess. It's like it gives you a little.
Like,
more
yeah, I've heard of
chance
this
to,
great new thing. You go to a gallows and you put your head in a noose, and then you drop through the floor, and it stretches your neck out. It's great for you.
Yeah.
No, I
I mean, you had me, it pulls my head off, you know. Who needs a head? Yeah.
Raise to 300.
Ace King suited here for Ryan. He is going to try to win another one.
Mr. Carlos, we're 300.
Get him out of the basement and into Profitsville. 3 coin. Gonna do his part. Calls with a dominated ace.
This year was like these guys go 5, 6, 7.
OFC is in there with the 7-3 suited. He's gonna try to make a straight flush of his own, but those cards are nowhere near what he needed. And ace king of diamonds is still the best hand on this board.
Fucking
Just like if it's too overwhelming, it's I don't know if it's fun. Like some people have mixed feelings about it.
Travis has been mad at me ever since.
But you don't play for you want to go there to play cash?
No, I mean if I go, I want to do
Randy lost to a full
I've
house.
never done it. Then it's
Got the grind. Yeah, for sure.
OFC takes a stab with the 7 high and gets it through.
I mean,
I didn't see.
Alright, gentlemen, she looks better, smells better, probably daily better cards. Her name's Mallory. It is flip time. Good luck, y'all. Love you, bye.
No, I had ace 4.
Ace King Diamonds, what am I going to do? How do I
No wonder why no one's calling me.
All right, dealer change. Time for a PLO flip, and sounds like Mallory.
It
Gonna be
is.
dealing this game. Let's go.
Just a little.
It's okay. I remember this day today.
The woman of many hats. Or no hat at all. Miss Mal. There she is.
This is not a switch, is it?
it is.
Oh, you close switch? Oh my god. I've never played under you dealing.
Yeah, me neither. That's the first.
This is the first. That's so cool.
I have a feeling she's gonna make a lot of good tips.
Bitching about not winning.
Can you take the 150 whenever you leave? Yeah. It's right behind you. If I forget.
Let's go.
Will be more after the final one.
I don't know, you guys had like
Okay, Mel,
best
if we
dealers.
win this, I'm gonna
Are we
chop
going
it.
to do one more net game?
Two horrible
Did you hear
cards.
what I said?
You're gonna chop it with me?
If we win this, I'm gonna chop it with you.
The whole thing? That's nice.
Same.
I'm going to just wait.
So I'm gonna take my 100 out and chop it with you.
Listen to you. No, I'm gonna flat out chop it with you.
Oh, so he's got a. That's
Wow, we got some very generous offers here.
Okay, so
Splitting the pot with Mallory.
Spades.
God dang it.
Oh my god.
Clubs are gone.
I got the nuts.
Oh, no.
Jack, Jack. Let's go, Jack.
Alright, another deuce, another deuce.
We need 5-5.
Oh yeah, baby.
Jack.
Here we have an oh yeah, baby. Somebody likes something.
That sucks.
We have a deuces full. Got a deuce anywhere? There's a deuce. Seafish has a deuce.
nobody has a deuce.
Yes.
I had an 8.
Yes.
Four's full for OFC.
Ah, there it is. I was trying to figure out what he had, but
He's
it's
slow rolling. There he goes. You slow rolling son of a gun.
I knew it was slow. I swear to God, I knew it was slow.
I knew it was too good to be true.
I'm unbiased.
all right. 4 is full. OFC has been the squeaky wheel all night. He's gonna win a bomb pot slash, I guess, flip.
All you gotta do is sit down.
I kind of wanted you to win.
And a man true to his word, he's gonna split it with her.
She chops.
Deserve it. Much deserved.
Heck yeah.
You're not going to sit?
That is.
That's a chop.
Oh, now you gotta rub it in?
That's a chop. No, I wouldn't let rub it in. Once, twice.
That's awesome. These guys taking care of our dealers.
You're over there for 3 hours looking like Oliver Twist, trying to get some porridge. And then,
Yeah, that is a very generous tip, and
What a 4.
well done there, Mr. OFC.
Can I have some more, sir?
You done with the hot dog? All right, he's done with the hot dog. We got an announcement. Everyone else has to come along for the ride, or he's going to he's out.
I need like 2 more.
Yeah, I get it.
Ace King here for Jay. He'll bump it up to 150.
Drink some of this $5,000 drinks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And that's all she wrote. No takers in the blinds or the straddle.
Hey guys, he's gonna take like 30 minutes to go in his car and we'll make that $5 grand.
Let's go.
Yeah, just call. He's gonna call Dozen Flights real quick. 6 minutes, $800 bill rate.
Oh, she started handing them down.
Nick game back in effect. Get the buttons passed out for anybody that has recently tuned in, isn't aware. The nit game, you play to win a hand and get rid of your nit button.
Because I'm paying way too much.
We slowly whittle our way down to only one player who still has their red button. That player must pay everyone else at the table a penalty, and I believe, what was it, $100 the
Yeah.
first game, right? So
$100.
should be 100 ahead once again.
Oh, CPAs are in tax?
If you still have a head, that is. Yes, Blue Elvis says, Charles Manson says you don't need a head. Mark Wees entered the chat. What's going on, Mr. Mark?
I'm blessed to be able to pay when I play to this country. So
You didn't catch the beginning of the stream, Mark. Catch the first couple rounds, man. It started off on the right foot, and it's been action ever since. It's almost like you're on the stream, Mark.
All right, first game, first hand of the nit game, and plenty of dusty hands in
my
here.
house
It is going to
undergoing
be
renovation, so we can't
trip
do a party.
eights on the flop for 3 coin, though. Could feel pretty good about that, as he has nearly got a hammer lock on this hand already.
Yeah. He won't be bluffing into a straight flush this time.
Just the interior, just whatever she touched.
Everything.
Just all the.
Even if I had to put these Staphylococcus aureus walls in there, I'd fucking put it in there.
Slick Rick going to do some bluffing with his ace 4. 3 coin, the only caller. And this hand is over. Quads for 3 coin. Slick Rick goes into showdown mode with his ace high. And it's a tiny little tickle. 250 is the bet here from Mr. 3 coin. Small enough to get a call. No ace on the river, which might have been dangerous. Everything else is kind of whatever here, as Slick Rick is just kind of holding on for dear life. And now facing a quarter pot size bet on the river.
So it's going to be rustic chic.
Appreciate the help.
Rick pays him off.
Dang, what?
See?
Wow.
Y'all notice the hat change?
Oh,
I noticed the dealer change. Mallory's just dealing to her favorite
Wait,
people.
what's this it right there? Yeah, we're doing it. We're working on it, John.
I don't know. Let's stop making that
I
sound.
think Randy's fingers stopped working in the middle of that one, but
they did.
It's in a history book.
It's like a malfunction. Which tendon didn't know which one to go up.
Hey, being naive
I
is
don't know
not
if
an
I did.
excuse.
I think other than
Well, the hat change may have worked.
You can take a picture and
I'm woke now.
like picture yourself
That's
and then it'll show
hilarious.
you everything.
Trust me. No, we had that discussion in a board meeting today. We're going this.
Was it in German, the speech?
That one's still, that one still might have some trouble.
We're gonna check it out. We're gonna bet it. We're gonna bet it. We're gonna bet it. We're betting it. It's on you.
But this one is definitely
Raised to 150.
Little squeeze here on the button with the suited Robbie.
So weird. I thought that was just like an A-OK.
And a really nice hand here for Slick Rick
And if you do
in
it 2 more
the
times in a row,
first
money
straddle.
never shows
He's
up.
going to
There you go.
re-squeeze.
Re-squeeze. Love it.
Hey, click your heels. Wow. You know what? Big kids in East Texas. You cannot bring his coaching a line even near anything like that.
No, I get it. Ain't no loving like your cousin.
No, no.
Doug R says, thank goodness he won that pot. He was about to be 2 coin.
Yeah.
Running.
I think it takes a whole heck of a lot more than that to bring
I
it
think
down
so.
to 2 coin, but
That's right.
This is no
He's
like
got
30
2
years ago,
hands.
driving
He'll
out to Greenville
find
for the
another
first
finger
time,
to
and there was a
raise
billboard
up.
that said, Greenville, the blackest dirt with the whitest people. And it fucking shocked me. I was like,
Z-Fish goes for a raise
The fake Robbie.
and gets it through with the Robbie, shows it down, gets rid of the nit button, and that's how you do it right there.
Holy cow. What a bet.
Or the flat tire.
On the side, as you come into the city.
I like flat
Yeah, I like flat tire way better.
Just said I went.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly its, you know, first claim to fame. But ever since she took that one and made a whole new thing, I don't know. It's just kind of
Did
fun.
she ever show her face at any of the Austin or the TCHs in Dallas or Austin that you know of? I don't think she's been here.
Well, somewhere.
I'm not sure. I know I ran into her. Well, I didn't run into her, but like I saw her at Choctaw for the main event of
Okay.
the WSOP circuit. But
It was like
yeah, I don't know. And she played down at the lodge here in Austin. I know she was there. But yeah, outside of that, I'm not sure if she's played any of the cash games or whatever up in Dallas.
Do you have a theory? What's your opinion on whether she
I think it 100% happened.
cheated?
Yeah.
Oh, we're back to that conversation.
Yeah.
I knew that it was going to spark that up, and
Well, she's got the best hand. I guess.
Yeah.
Guy cheated.
And just to back up the whole thing, where the 10K gets stolen from her stack, 15K, whatever.
How many times have we done this roundtable discussion? I mean, literally the day after it happened, every table I played at, it was already the talk, just because that stream was so popular. But I mean, weeks and weeks went by, and that was just the talk.
It takes a much
well, and also just the amount of money that was involved, right? I mean, it's like, you're on a 1-3 stream and someone hero calls a riverbed or whatever for a few $100 or something. Like, nobody gets that excited about it, but this is, that was a lot of money in that pot, and yeah, again, we don't have to go down the rabbit hole again, but a very interesting hand, a lot of different opinions about what happened there, and as far as I know, we'll never know.
We'll never know. First world problems, though. We're talking about it.
10,000. Somebody stole it from us those
Right, you are. All right, OFC here getting after it with the 8-7-0.
Yeah, even
His
with
fives
that
are
card
hot.
show was at like 50-50, because he had so many outs.
Yeah, but
Because he was, all his cards were lost.
yeah, for sure.
Originally
It was
50, you know?
Yeah, it was 50-50. It was actually, but from the beginning, for her to continue, she had to put him on those two exact cards.
So yeah, for her to call,
I mean, that's
Oh
just
man,
like,
the conversation about that hand is just always so entertaining.
honestly, I've always been mixed feelings.
Yeah, it's like a lot of things. I mean, we don't know, and there's so many people that just will tell you, matter of fact, like they just, just like any subject, football, politics, whatever. Sometimes, it's just, there's that one person that always just, without a shadow of a doubt, and you go down that rabbit hole, and it's just like there's no coming back.
Yeah, some of those folks are really fun, especially, you get somebody that's actually like a flat earther, or like some of these fringe kind of conspiracy things,
right?
And and they bring it out at the table. You're like, whoa, we caught one of them in the wild. You got an eye pull on that thread. I'm like, so tell me about that.
Tell me about that. You people are real.
There was one guy. This is how I learned about this conspiracy. I'm just going to mention it, and then we can get back to this hand. But apparently, there's a conspiracy of birds aren't real. I think you're probably aware of it, maybe. And yeah, just a whole group of people that think that birds are all robots. Pretty wild. Up and down straight draw on the turn here for Ryan. It's trip sevens on the flop for OFC. And far and away the best hand, but Carlos has a club flush draw, so he's going to stick around 2.
Bad card for Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely is. Full house for OFC, and it is the bottom end of the straight for Ryan, so may not feel too inspired, particularly with this large sizing. This is nearly full pot from OFC. And yeah, your straight goes from being quite good to pure bluff catcher when someone goes for the really large size into 2 opponents. But yeah, no chance he's folding. Does make the call.
I think very wise decision to just call there. Yeah,
absolutely.
Pretty sure. doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So, I mean, just start playing shit cards and you'll be fine.
Shit, there's a range to shit.
Oh.
9 dues. Shit, it's too much of shit for me to play.
Different ply, color paper for
Taram, excuse me, words are hard. Tara is headed out for the night. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, definitely, Tara. Thank you for engaging in the chat, keeping it fun.
Randy, do you do the 25 straddle?
All right, looking at profit and loss here. AJ up over 2 buy-ins still, paving the way. OFC up over a buy-in. All of that
We got the 100.
moaning earlier has really paid off.
Just want a good hand.
We got the $100 straddle on.
I didn't look. I don't know if he showed me anything.
Raise to 450.
Three Coin has gotten rid of his knit button, so he's not going to mess around with the Queen 5 suited.
That's pretty ugly. I'd like to defend, but that's pretty ugly.
All right. Brian gets rid of his. And a pretty healthy pile of knit buttons over there next to Mallory. I think we're down to just 1, 2, 3 players. We only see 3, unless there's one lurking over next to all those chips for AJ.
Almost 50.
But I think he probably won a hand by now.
Yeah, I think so.
Carlos, would you like a stack of reds?
No, I just need 5.
50's on.
All right, so looks like the Jay, John, and Carlos corner are our current nits. One of them gonna have to step up and try to win a pot. John here with a pretty good hand to do it with. Ace Queen suited here from the small blind, and he is gonna rip it all in for what has dwindled down to somewhere around 2,000, it looks like. Not good enough for Jay to stick around, and John will not be the third guy in the game anymore. So down to Jay and Carlos.
John's living on the edge.
It felt like that's pretty it's not hard, right?
With your aggression though, with the main event, the first day is just like to survive and just kind of collect chips. You're like fit in, I think. I think you do great.
25.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing with me. It's just like it can go either way. I'll never like survive. It's either I'm gonna be way up or out right away.
There's a lot of people like that too.
Yeah. I don't have
this is why they'll always make it just a one buy-in.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe one thing I should do.
What is happening?
Yeah, like I need to practice my
Open a 125 and a bunch of callers.
It's like when you're sitting for hours. And
Yeah, this is basically a bomb pot here. I think we're going to have hands sort of falling off the top of the screen, but
Yeah. Let's get us a flop, Miss Mal.
So slow.
that's number one. Number two, like staying focused for that amount of time.
Jay and John both have top pair,
You do tournament play?
but it's OFC who has flopped a king high spade flush draw. He has the lion's share of the equity here.
12 hours, and instead of went the next day and the last hand, I would short stack that pocket deuce. I said if I win it, I'll put it in. Because I don't want to wake up the next day, and it was a long day.
This is you're not getting paid before like day 3, 4.
Four.
Can you imagine? And it's 10-hour days.
Well, technically, yeah, 2-hour levels, but you get an hour and a half for dinner, and then 15 to 20 minutes, depending on like if they're
For the breaks?
yeah, for the breaks every level, every hour. I actually don't
every
start
level?
every level is 2 hours. So
10 of diamonds here now on the turn. Doesn't interact with any of these hands.
every year since 2012.
Ace Jack still out in front.
You enjoy it?
Yeah.
Good for, obviously you do, or you would say.
Last year was my best finish, but
What'd you do?
late, day 5. Late.
That's not bad. Day 5?
Yeah.
That's really not
And I had COVID. I said the story.
Yeah.
Fucking I caught COVID on day 2, and no sleep day 3, no sleep day 4. Basically going like a zombie on day 1.
Oh, man.
People were literally looking at me and be like, "Are you okay?"
Wow, that is a story right
Mask
there.
and everything.
You should have
Just
shot
mostly
yourself with
tired.
some vitamins or whatever.
I did a lot of different things.
Well, I'm sure.
Stay away. That's the thing, Randy.
I can't imagine trying to play day 5
You know, I like
main
that
event
game, you
poker
sell anytime you want. No
while
one- whatever.
super sick. Like, that does not sound
Yeah.
good to me.
Sounds terrible.
Just gonna go in and leave.
Jack of hearts here on the end. John, who had the best hand from the beginning, is going to finish with an even better hand,
Hey, unbelievable.
as both OFC and Jay are going to brick out.
Making like staying focused for that long, you literally have to have stamina. You know, you really
Checks
have
to John on the button. He's going to rip the remainder of his stack, and it's just really not that much left.
Yeah, sitting for hours.
Yeah, so
and
I don't
focusing
take
and
it
studying
like
and-
study the beginning hour, the table that you're on, and then after that, I don't pay any fucking. I'm paying attention, but I'm not paying attention. You know, I'm not gonna focus too much.
It's a waste of
You
focus,
learn to
basically.
kind of balance out.
Because
a
if you
little
focus too much on day 1, what's left for day 2 and 3, you know, it's
You
not
are-
like you're gonna recover.
bit. You
from
get a
it.
break between day 1 and day 2. You gotta pick your
Oh,
day
A,
1.
B, C,
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
You get a break. So you get up to like 3 days if you want off. So,
Gotcha.
but then from
OFC
day 2 to
posturing
day
just
3,
a little
4,
bit there.
5, I mean, you are
He had just king high.
autopilot and zombie.
Yeah, and I feel like it's almost like.
And Jay here is like, I can't let you get away with just like the cheapest bluff in the history of man. So he makes the call, and John, who just moments ago was on fumes and was all in to get rid of his knit button, has just doubled up a second time and is now going to be sitting on over 6,000, nearly 7K. Nice
Big
little
run up
bounce
there,
back for
yeah.
him.
I'll tell you what.
Absolutely.
I played with some patience tonight because the few hands I played, the only time I even had anything close to playing. That's a step in the right direction for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
added.
nope.
Go ahead.
Of course I did.
I was gonna say, from
We'll see
previous
that-
streams, I know he'll let that first buy-in get down to fumes and see if he can't run that back up before he decides to add on. And it's worked out for him a couple times now, so nice to see him run that shorter stack up, and now he can battle with the big boys.
Absolutely right. And pardon me. Jay there, I mean, another little added wrinkle was, of course, if he wins that pot, then he gets rid of his knit button. So a little extra incentive to toss in the call there. And
Yeah, for sure.
unfortunately for him, doesn't work out, and he does still have to battle with Carlos to see who's going to come out on top there.
He's on. 10 to play. Raise to 30.
I got
Easy,
well.
easy.
I wanted to get out of this one real quick, didn't I, man?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is she?
I'm so sorry, man. Hell, I've been trying to get out when he
You're
was
good,
here.
you're good, you're good.
Sorry about that, Dave.
5 raise. 3. 30.
Carlos taking a little different path tonight. He's popping some of these premium hands of his pre-flop instead of just flatting.
Raise.
He's going to be put to a decision here, though.
Yeah, Carlos trying to get rid of his knit button. AJ attacking that, but Carlos not going to get too far out of line usually. either, but it was a pretty chunky raise. I mean, let's be fair. It was $30 before, or at least that's what we had on the screen. I don't know how it was $30 unless, oh, I guess there was no straddle, so it was just $10. Someone raised to 30. AJ here attacks that large open size, says you probably have a sort of scrappy hand you're just trying to get rid of your button with, and not only gets the 3-bet called, but then wins with a single C-bet on the flop. So
yeah,
pretty good stuff there.
And he showed a couple of those hands too.
Put myself on timeout from playing until February.
Why?
I only got, well, because I had a whole bunch of stuff. I'm about to buy a shuttle bus and convert it into my home.
Oh, wow. Are you going to put it on TikTok?
I'm saving money. I'm saving money.
Right, so you're gonna be able to move anywhere you want. That's
Good job for me.
Oh, no, not understood.
Are you gonna document it like everyone else has been doing? Please do. I'll follow. I'll follow. Totally follow.
But that's it, though, you know? The optics.
All right, Jay here, I think he's actually got the 50 on instead of calls 50 here.
Hey, screen.
And there is the squeeze from Slick Rick. Jay, of course, calling. And these two players going to go heads up. Nick game on the line. And what a flop for the Queen 10-0.
I know. Don't go through security with this. Oh my God. They always fuck with me too.
What are you doing?
Ooh, nightmarish card here on the turn.
In this bag. What kind of phone do you have? Do not. That one I don't.
Top now for Jay. Gotta be loving that turn card. And oh my gosh, what is this run out?
That is some next level.
Do not leave your cash with that thing because that triggers the TSA and then they ask you about the cash. And
so how do you
that is some next level run out for Jay.
That is some run good for Mr. J there.
Well,
Carlos loses the standing game.
Express whatever the fuck it is.
And Jay not only does not lose the standing game,
what do you need?
he wins a gigantic pot. Well, okay, not gigantic. He wins a pretty big pot against a guy that flopped top trips. Oh my God.
Need greens?
I think he was like, yeah, I think he was like a 3% favorite or something on that flop because he had like some backdoor straight flush outs. And then just goes runner, higher poke. Like, what?
And Carlos gets the extra needle after folding his ace-jack and having AJ show him the lesser ace just to kind of needle him a little bit. So crazy game.
Sure is. But things could be worse, you know? I mean, Carlos, he's got plenty of chips in front of him. You know, losing the stand-up game, or the Nick game, whatever, is not great, but, you know, he didn't torch a stack trying to win it, and oftentimes that is, you know, sort of the better route to take.
It's over there.
Yeah. It's all right. It's okay.
Well, the Nick game is over, but we're still playing some disconnected, unsuited cards. And OFC connects best with the King 7 middle pair. 3-coin, though, with that ace of spades and 2 spades on board. Checks to him. He's going to go ahead and fire.
He's about, what, he throws 6 feet like this? Short hair.
Queen of spades on the turn. Great card here for 3-coin to try to take this one away. Yeah, it's a very small bet here. Sort of inviting OFC to continue, but small bet and the overcard plus spade, too much for the pair of sevens.
Good bluff, Randy. Nice. You had a spade? One spade?
I'm just saying, when he gets pissed off, you kind of like, it's just getting real. It's not fun anymore.
All right, $25 straddle is on. As we look at profit and loss here, Carlos is stuck the most, down to about 8,400. Ryan down 6,500, 3 coins stuck about a buy-in. All up from there. AJ still our biggest winner on the evening.
So you could show him that you had aces and you missed it, and he'll tilt for the next time. Is that a straddle?
It is 50. Straddle 50. Raise
I can't wait to see what the restroom breaks cost me.
Oh.
Well, so Serena, you know you have
I fast forward through those just in case.
Yeah.
AJ getting frisky on the button here, suited Jack 6. Ryan with hand over mouth is going to 3-bet the 6-4 suited. John nearly fumbles his hand, but does fold it.
How much are you playing? Lift your arm.
I think it's like this is close to 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9.
This would be the world's spiciest 4-bet, but instead he's just going to call, and OFC going to come along as well. I feel like the wheels have kind of fallen off here as of late. The Nick game no longer in effect, but these guys still getting in there and battling with some very marginal holdings. You love to see it. And Ryan here is going to flop a 6-high flush draw. Probably the best part about this hand is that neither of his opponents have connected with this board. But he's going to check. Curious play. And AJ with Jack 6 of diamonds. I mean, if you don't bet this hand, then what are you doing, right? Half pot is the bet. And now we see how Ryan is going to play his 6-high flush draw. 3-betting pre with the betting lead, doesn't bet an ace-high disconnected board. With some equity should he be called. So does he check raise here? He does indeed. Says, this is my board texture and I'm actually trapping you. Get out of my way.
27.
And this is going to work.
They say there's no shame of folding kings.
No shame in
That's it.
There's no shame.
I had an ace. So.
There's no shame in folding.
You had a good draw.
You have a great draw.
You
can't win the next.
Wow, he was so pumped to be able to show that one and drag the pot. Well played, Ryan. Chipping up over 11,000, getting his stack headed in the right direction. Not quite unstuck, as I think he needs to get up to about 15K or so in front of him to reach that milestone. But he's getting closer. Hey Griff, wondering what the guy standing around is doing. Yeah, he is filming, and he is filming for Slick Rick. So kind of moving around, getting some different angles. But yeah, doing some sort of content creation work with Slick Rick.
Raise 375.
Recoin is going to get in there with the 8-5 suited. Spades would be super dangerous. But instead it's top pair.
Motherfucker hair just catching like me, catching flesh when I'm repping a hand I don't have anyway.
You're like, you're good. You're like queen.
All right, 3-coin goes for the donk lead here, 500.
Oh, look at him though.
AJ with a gut shot to the wheel, 2 overs, makes the call.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting everything else to fold probably on that.
I know, I couldn't imagine. I thought, you know, I thought.
3-coin's probably not slowing down, but he's going to put the same small bet out.
I was really waiting for you. I just had I really thought you were definitely with the mid. I thought you were definitely going to squeeze.
Yeah, this sort of reeks of either flush draw or like small to middling pair.
Oh, and then it was just like, it was
And
$200 straddle.
the question is whether or not AJ wants to stick around with a call or a raise. He is just going to make the call, and pair of 5s will be good if we can get to showdown here. 2,800 in the middle. Does he put another pink chip out there, or what?
We were pretty shallow. Oh, really?
A little bit more, 1,500 for roughly half pot. Ace King High actually isn't that bad of a bluff catcher here. If you ask yourself, you know, what are my best hands that are going to play as just call on flop and turn and not going to raise it up, right? Like pocket aces, pocket kings, aren't you going to raise and try to build the pot, right? So, okay, maybe you only call with something like pocket 8s or 7s or something like that, and so, you know, you float them a couple of times, and those hands you're certainly just like shrug calling. And now the only hands that are really worse than that are sort of Ace King High. So there he makes the call. I mean, he's going to get shown the 5, and unclear if Randy wanted a call or not, but he gets paid by Ace High. Let's go.
Oh, $5,800 pot there.
That's I thought for sure it was going to be 3s, right? I thought you got to play every 3 you get, right? I'm not going now, Randy. If you get a 3 in your hand, from now here on out.
Nice hand, Randy.
I know he didn't have much.
Pretty juicy pot there with a pair of 5s. Betting the whole way down, getting 3 streets of maximum value.
I'm wondering if that just kind of oddball re-bet of 500 on the turn just really made him think this has got to be some sort of a draw or just a bluff.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it, right? I mean, I don't fault him at all. I probably make that call a fair bit of the time. It's just so odd, you know, someone leads into you and then, yeah, down bets the turn and then picks that size on the river. I don't know. It all just sort of adds up to you've got some sort of busted draw. Like, would you just keep betting a single pair like this, you know? Oh, yeah, you will. And I lose, you know? I mean, it's confusing for sure.
Do you want like Dallas area only, or?
Let's just go anywhere.
Okay. There's a really good one in Champions, like in like 2 weeks. That's a 1,500 main event.
Do they have good cash flow too?
Yeah.
I keep watching the stream there. It seems like the streams are really
The streams, the cash.
Ace king good here for AJ. Flopping top top.
Yeah, the streams. 9.
The first.
No, I fucking don't know how to play this early.
All right, Mr. A. Griff, it was nice to have you tune in. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a little bit. Have a good night. We'll see you next time.
And they have a lot of cash games there. A lot.
Yeah.
So I haven't ventured out, but like I know they're very, very good.
I watched their stream
You
last
put
night.
a red ticket.
We thought.
I mean, the first time I went, I won like it's interesting. It was a 10
You a
point.
French descent?
Yeah.
You French?
Yeah, I watched it.
I mean, descent, no, but I was born in.
And I was running good and like just like playing. It was just like perfect.
I'm a partner at Mazars, which is a French-based firm. So
Oh, nice, yeah.
And we just had our global
against
conference
Alex.
in Montreal, and I was shocked by how French
And
he
it didn't
was.
catch.
I
Like,
knew
it
it was
didn't
French
catch on the
Canada,
stream.
right? But I got off. I'm
He
like,
raised to 8K.
Yeah.
Like,
That's awesome,
so much
man.
French stuff.
Yeah.
So
like the stream just cut out.
probably a third of even my U.S. partners
Yeah, no,
are all
I
from
saw it. Okay.
somewhere
Yeah,
in
yeah,
France. So.
but it was just.
We've got ourselves a bird
Is it-
sighting
so I'm
in
assuming it's
seat
pretty
number 3.
international?
Jay waking up with number 1.
Okay. Oh, wow.
But it's founded in France. It was a guy
Okay.
in France, and, you know.
That founded it?
There was a.
Yeah.
And yeah, so their streams are good. They
Got to
bring
dodge
in-
the small cards.
Right,
3
right, right.
coin in there with the pocket 3s. 6-4 of hearts as well
So
for
that main
AJ.
event will be really solid. Anything in
And yeah, 3 coin was looking to make 3
more
threes.
difficult in terms of-
And
yeah.
So did you guys get to travel?
sort of start some rumors that this game is rigged, I think.
Some.
Not to be, at least not on the flop.
I've never,
That's right.
been over to France.
Okay.
A little bit.
Yeah.
We coordinated.
Why not, man?
Well, I
Why
was on
not?
the. Oh, we were on the stream together. Because I.
Jay check call, excuse me, check calls the flop.
But I'm like. Yeah, but I'm like.
AJ obliges with a bet, doesn't pick up the 5, does get the sort of dummy end of the up and down straight draw on the turn, checks it back, and now here we are on the river. I think Jay can go for a little bit of value, try to get paid by,
But I think the.
you know, sort of a king 8 suited or something like that.
Calls 325.
And he definitely has well over the 1.3K that it said he had.
Oh, so Jay actually just continues checking and gives AJ a chance to bluff, which he does. So he just picks it off there on the end. Okay, well played.
Yeah, weird run out. You know, any 10 obviously has a straight there. If Jay bets out and just gets hammered by the big stack, what does he do?
My hand was about to get mud, but I got it.
New game, guys. New game one last time. Let's do it.
Let's run it. If everyone's down on me.
At 10 o'clock, we'll play another.
Nick in?
Oh, yeah. I'm in.
Yeah. So,
Loop it. I don't care.
15 minutes.
Why don't we just run it?
I had 2 though. I'm supposed to be 10 there.
Yeah.
Oh.
I messed you up on that.
Okay.
You think it'll finish by 10:40?
We've got the straddle on 50.
I didn't. Okay.
Actions on seat 50.
And wow, aces back to back. This time Ryan's got him, and Jay has been demoted from number 1 to ace king up against number 1.
You get aces one hand, and the next hand your opponent has them, and you've got big slick, which is going to feel like little slick real quick.
Yeah, and of course, reminder that the chip counts there are very much not correct. Jay is sitting
Call.
on. It is just a call, and with a little flourish there, sort of trying to make it look like he is displeased with the situation. Takes the hat off, rubs his forehead, and then flicks in the call. So a little bit of Hollywooding here from Ryan. See if Jay picks up on that. Of course, he does just have ace high on this board, so just going to check it back. Full pot size bet here. A little bit ambitious, perhaps. He has the ace of spades and the ace of clubs, and his opponent has checked back the flop. Like, yes, he just checked aces on the previous hand, so he can perhaps have some, like, overpairs on connected boards, but I think this board is a little bit different, and ace of spades and ace of clubs are very relevant cards. You want your opponent to have at least one of those to be able to pay a bet. So yeah, it goes for the large sizing. Does get a little bit of sort of squinting from Jay, but inevitably folds his hand and no more damage.
Yeah, like that he didn't show there.
Ace King's a shit hand.
Sometimes it is.
Shit hand. That is a lot of money. Ace King.
Any kind of fruit, orange apple? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
We know the rest.
All right, looks like OFC is absent for his under the gun action here. 8-3-0. Good double down hand. Gonna go into the muck.
No $50 straddle with the 8-3 off. He saved himself 50 bucks.
Ryan, though, will promote himself to straddle, and he's got the 9 triz.
Yeah, the 9 triz upgrade. Here we go.
Lucky I'm a really bad player.
What a time to be alive. Ace King suited for AJ, and he is going to go for the massive squeeze and make this look a little bit fishy, perhaps, but his opponents have nothing to.
I had a great hand. I would have felt anything, but not over 10 times. Wow.
Almost came along.
I mean, maybe that was a great move. Who knows?
All right, let's take another look at profit and loss here. AJ, of course, still up the most, but has come down a little bit from his peak, all the way down to John, who is our winner of 2.7K. Everyone else below him stuck. Z-Fish down about 1,200, Jay 1,600. On down to Carlos, who is stuck still almost 2 buy-ins.
Never mind. When you see it, you'll understand.
50 to play.
Ryan's over there kind of talking to Jay about that ace. I think I heard him say if I wasn't such a bad player, I would have stacked you there. If he would have re-raised with those aces versus his ace king, they could have obviously got it in, but revisionist history.
Yeah, and Jay's pretty deep, so I don't know that he's going to want to just go super YOLO there with the ace king. I mean, you never know, right? Like, Ryan has kind of shown himself to be a little bit of a splashy player. Maybe you overvalue the ace king a little there, but you know, we've seen a little bit more cautious play from him. OFC now gets the aces. These things are just going around.
They are the Redbirds this time.
The bigger it is, the more likely I would snap call if I were you. Yeah, no, 100%.
And regardless of the large squeeze size, he is going to get called. 10-9 suited is going to flop the joint.
Hello. Flopping the ace is damn near dead. 4% equity.
And 3-coin, he's the kind of guy who just leads out, right? Like, he makes his hand and he just starts betting. And OFC here is like, this isn't the board I had in mind. Nor is it the bet size. Oh my God, he bombs it for 2,000. Is he gonna somehow allow OFC off the hook because he donk leads too large here? What an incredible hand we've got developing here. I mean, when you have aces, you're always thinking about how to get all the money in and then sail off to the Bahamas when you inevitably ship the pot. Then you see this goofy ass 8-7-6 board where you don't have a spade and your opponent bets
We make
like
our fee plus
80% pot, like everything goes upside down.
receipts.
What on earth is going on here, right?
Some repairs on
Yeah,
it.
I mean, you raised it to 1,200, and he just donk bets into you for 2K.
Yeah, I mean, like, worst case scenario, you just fold and he's got queen jack of spades, and you're like, what? Like, how did that happen? But that's worst case scenario, right? I mean, I guess we assume, I guess he could have pocket nines or pocket fives or something and just blast away here thinking, oh, you've got big cards, you've got ace king, whatever. I'll go big with my pocket fives here and you'll fold. I mean, but that's like the fringes of what you're thinking about. The rest of it is like, dude's got a set of sevens and is like, I don't want to see another spade come off, so let me just bomb it and make you
Oh,
fold.
they put them some, but it's like you lost. You should fund it.
But you gotta pick a set of men. If you don't pick a 50, you're not in.
The problem here is that OFC has really shown
Okay,
his discomfort, right? Like, it's not a question as to whether or not he is excited about this spot.
Dead, but they're just getting such good money.
Obviously, 3Coin just has the joint and is happy to get all the money in no matter
I
what,
feel
but
like for them to be in it, like they should.
I think he's kind of given away
That makes it a little bit unprofitable.
the sort of marginal strength of his hand, and I feel like he's just going to have to settle on a fold now.
Yeah, but like mathematically, it's like,
And Randy, 3Coin has done so much unorthodox stuff tonight.
I liked it early.
Just betting 2K right into you when you've got aces on that wet board. Just feels gross. Holy
Oh my goodness. All in from OFC. He can't quite decide which direction to go, and he is absolutely buried.
The ace of spades.
Needs a board pair real quick. Doesn't get it. He's dead. All of the chips for like $10,000 as well.
I don't know. I would double.
Gonna go the way of 3Coin, and just like that, he is gonna chip up to nearly $23,000, and OFC is gonna go down to the felt.
Oh man,
Aces.
really thought he was going to find a fold there after the agony and the time he spent thinking about that, but
I thought so too. I mean, it feels gross. Like you get married to aces, right? It happens. It happens to the best of us. And the guy leads into you on a wet board. Like, you feel like you should just let him get away with this, you know, sort of fishy-looking play.
right, and
when
it's
you
the same
have a hand
opponent.
like aces.
Same opponent that just jammed into what's his name earlier, Ryan, when he had a straight flush and all he has is a king of diamonds in his hand. You know, just same guy, you know, but this time he's got the nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's a very good data point to remind ourselves of, right? That he did double up Ryan earlier, just YOLOing it in. So, yeah, you give that guy credit for some sort of funky hands. Put it all in there, and it just doesn't quite work out. I suppose also he went with the all-in because he didn't want to have to face any other decisions, because his hand is never going to, like, improve, right? Like, you just get the miracle ace of clubs on the turn, like, so infrequently that, yeah, you either put it all in now and take all the decisions out of the rest of the hand, or you just fold. So, yeah, I understand the move. It just happened that his opponent flopped in virtually dead. Anyways, that is going to be the final hand for me. I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Eric, and RJ Dupree. You guys are going to take down, hold down the fort here for the remainder of the evening.
We're going to hold it down for the next hour. Thanks, Aaron.
Glad I could bring in some action for you guys.
Yeah.
You definitely did, man.
I see two hands. They're both aces and a big one.
Yeah, it's been spicy. Well, maybe you guys will just get the next hour of nothing but aces and people getting stacked. So
yeah, let's go. All right, Aaron, we'll see you, bub.
All right, sounds good. to everybody else tuned in. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. I'll see you next week. Take care, everybody. Good night.
Later, brother.
And there we go. Welcome, my brother, RJ Dupree.
Yeah, what's going on?
Fresh off the dealing streets.
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming in and joining me for this last hour.
The Dallas room is banging out there. Lots of folks. And, yeah, plenty of action still going on in the Dallas card room. And it was fun to get in here and hang out with you guys now.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I'll always come.
That's right. Thank you, Dr. A.A. Ron.
Well, it looks like they might slow it down just a bit here for this one. Yeah, I got to see, literally got to see two hands. Aces were in both of them. And of course, that flop joint from 3 coin just
nasty.
Straight up naughty right there. So how's the game been? Good recap here while we have some squanders hands. Although we did
pick up a double flush draw here, right?
Pick up some flush draws, yeah.
The 6 high and the 9 high.
We could see a little something here.
Continuation of our action game. We've had many a pot over 10K, 12K, 15K. In a game that started out as just a 5K buy-in and a 5-5-10.
It normally is hot, but like,
No limit hold'em variety.
Yeah, they still playing 5-5-10 then?
They are. But
Okay,
we've
very
had
cool.
We've had $100 straddles.
All right. All right, we get a whiffer on the river.
Who wants this pot?
Couple chips. Two.
Lay's or Doritos?
This will feel good for OFC when he gets the fold.
There we go. Little chips to stack. Feels good to win the next one after a rough one.
Yeah, just quick recap, RJ, to catch you up. We've got a new player, Ryan, in seat 1. First round he sat down. He was up a couple grand. Perfect bluffs. His VPIP was about 80%. He ended up getting felted. Was in for about 15K, and he's worked his way back up to where I think he's down just a little. We've had people bluffing with nothing right into straight flushes. We've had a pretty good game so far.
Yeah,
a lot of
I like
big
it.
hands. Yeah.
I like it when I'm firing naked right into the straight flush. That's always fun.
Yeah, really fun chat tonight too. A lot of people engaged in the chat, so been a good night so far. Still 153 viewers.
Yeah, good to see you guys in the chat. It seems like forever since I've got to visit with you guys, but really it was just last week.
Amen.
It's not going to happen. I know you want it to.
5 ways to this one. How in the world did that happen?
A couple people connecting with top pair here, John and Slick Rick. John getting the best of it though, just flatting for 225 with top. See what Slick Rick wants to do with his top pair. He's just going to call. We'll do a turn.
So another small spade hitting the river. Nobody's going to love that. We check this pot into obliviation, and we're going to end it.
Maybe a little bit of missed value there by John, but two opponents, he decided just to take his showdown value with ace-queen.
Definitely didn't want to run into anything there, but probably missed a little value. Slow pre-flop, and then the flop was, of course, straightened out for him, so he didn't want to get too crazy.
We're on hand number 88. We are breezing through, 4 hours in.
Yeah, Texas Card House Dallas tonight, really, really hopping. And I was wondering if I was going to make it in here on time tonight.
Busy out there dealing.
It is busy.
Yeah, I saw around 8 o'clock, we still had like 11 tables out there cash. 5 tournament tables were still going.
Yeah, this morning
so.
we had 71 players for the green chip bounty. And then tonight, close to 100 players for the black chip bounty. So,
nice.
So these weekday tournaments are popping out here. So you nothing better to do? Come play a tournament.
That's right. Cold, nasty weather outside.
Yeah.
Come on in, play some cards.
Great poker weather today. The knit game is back out.
The knit game is back on. Let's go.
Yes.
Easy game. Flopping top pair for Slick Rick. He's going to check it, though.
AJ going to see if he can get rid of his knit button. First hand on the button. He will definitely see some resistance here.
A little bit of a scare card. Slick Rick does hold the jack.
There you go. Rick being out of position, still checking on his best behavior. The river brings a heart here, so we'll see if anybody wants to move on this heart. Carlos holding the biggest heart, the only heart.
I check.
Check, 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 check. Rick will show ace jack, everyone else will muck. He'll take that one down. And release the knit button.
These guys have been throwing chips around all night. Don't get lame on us now, guys. Let's keep this money flying in these pots. Some big ace queens and ace jacks there, flopping top pair. Not putting a whole lot of money in. Don't be getting tired on us now, guys. We still got an hour left.
Hour left. Spice it up.
Might have to go run out there real quick.
Now, we still had plenty of spice about 7 minutes ago, so I'm not giving up on them just yet. Now, what, you had to run where?
I said you may have to run outside and go crack the whip on these boys a little bit.
Let them know.
I mean, Mallory's putting the cards out there.
One spade with an open-ended straight. Basically, what I would have put on.
Nice fun hands.
There we go. Royal flush versus royal flush. Let's go.
Oh, hello.
They are back.
Hello, Moto.
Black Betty in the house. Ace of spades, ace of clubs for John.
2,500, he says.
It was 500. So we had a 150, then a 500. Now we got a 2,500.
Now we have I poop on your 500. Let's go. 25 hundo with the Blackbirds. And Ryan, who hasn't seen a whole lot of hands besides the aces he had a few minutes back. Probably really wanting to play his king, queen of diamonds here, but he is in trouble.
Yeah, it's always fun when you get a little bored and get you a king, queen of diamonds, and it just gets absolutely smashed by someone that probably hasn't been playing very aggressive all night.
He's got to hope for.
And that's the exact look he has on his face. I'm kind of bored, but man, this sucks.
He's like, can he just have jacks or tens one time and we flip for this? Put himself in the blender.
All in and twice?
Huh?
Not all in and twice? Or what are you saying?
So just make a call and run it?
I don't think
All right,
I want to allow it.
All right, I'm out. That's fine. I'm out.
I mean, shit.
I'm out.
Just that Mickey Mouse. That's it.
Ryan, a little frustrated, said, you want to just let me make the call and run it out, but unfortunately this is a no-limit hold'em game. The rest of the players have been putting their money in. They're not going to be keen with that.
Without actually having to say it. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm not gonna be shady. I'm gonna tell you what I'm fucking doing. I don't fucking know y'all from shit to China. I don't do shit. Y'all are cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, it would be a free little 5K pot at that point.
For sure, just not something that we do or encourage in the room or on the stream. It is a gentleman's game, and sometimes arrangements like that can kind of be made, but when you're making it out loud, it just kind of puts the staff in a funky situation. And
Definitely
obviously
a little frowned upon.
Other players who've been putting 15 grand in pots too, in a little weird predicaments.
Definitely been firing.
At the other place, I had the same situation, and it was I bet 20,
All right, we got 4 players to this flop. Some open-ended action, I see.
Open-enders, some gutters, and some high card holdings. OFC is going to lead out with his gutty.
Yeah.
Nutter gutter.
Whenever someone asks me that, I'll always do it because a lot of the times they're
Picking up equity on the turn with that board pair. Of course, he has a large equity advantage here, but it's going to be hard to sniff that out.
And the nit button game is on, and AJ knows he can't win if he doesn't put money in the pot. He's going to try to take this away from OFC.
250 gets it done. Got to show it.
Gets rid of that button.
I really don't care what everybody wants to do. They got servers, got rights at the table. I don't like it.
Once again, that is the lovely Miss Mallory dealing right now. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, think you want to battle with these boys on a Tuesday night here in Dallas, Mallory's who you would contact. She is a woman of many hats.
She really does exist. We always talk about her.
She does exist. Yeah, she's real. We've got her in the flesh there. But this is who and how you contact us if you want to play Tuesday night stream at TCH.
So it was more like we play a lot together.
There's probably people that play these types of games that are conniving. I'm not necessarily like, if you don't like the rules, I'm cool with that. It's not my game.
Mallory keeps us rocking, and tonight, fun for her to get in the box a little bit and hang out with these guys. Get a little first-hand action of hanging out with the crew.
I just got king, queen, and diamond. So like, I mean, I have like a fucking 3-bet in hand for a fucking mid game.
She's 25.
That's too much.
Yeah, I mean, AJ, you owe me 3 times.
I was just thinking, shit, how much did that cost this guy?
AJ's stack is ballooned to over 20,000 now.
20K.
20K all day.
Hey, my girlfriend's phone number.
I got some ground to gain, don't I?
Yeah.
888.
Played some big ones and I smashed on them. Got a little bit.
Hey, I'm mad at you.
I know.
Yeah, I feel like you always have those people like you run good against and bad against. Like, I run good against Carl.
I'll let you have one of my cards. One of your cards.
I I run bad against JD. Like, really
That's not a
bad.
good person to run.
Now they get the show.
He said I had one of your cards. He knew he had an ace.
You got both of them.
Good bet. I think I've given him like 30 to 50. We were talking about
Fun part is you actually have both my cards.
Seinfeld has outplayed me.
Which one a pair?
So much.
Small pair, you didn't want anybody to draw on. You know?
What? You got a big one.
I call, what are you going to do?
But that was a gift.
What do you mean? But like, I have ran. He literally.
There's our VPIP numbers again. AJ and Ryan up top.
Set over set.
Jay and 3 coin hanging out there. OFC at 34%.
Yes, I have.
Got his numbers up a little bit.
When is the
I don't know, man. I'm not playing that much.
Ryan's still trying to get unstuck. Got a few thousand to go. He's going to raise it up with a 6-5 of hearts.
I don't know. I don't play. Have you seen like
Carlos coming in, though, with the ace-4 of hearts.
it's some sort of a short, and this guy gets like
I'll
asked
give him
a
action.
question on the interview. He's like, I don't know. I just
AJ
got
and
here.
OFC both going to come in and complete the action.
I don't know. I just got here.
And here we are, off to a $1,200 pot.
It's so I gotta find that one. It's so funny.
OFC and Ryan landing middle pair here, both with some meh kickers. Both the aces will be running pretty thin here with ace-10, ace-4 on big whiffers.
650 is the bet. Carlos going to fold. OFC thinking if he's going to stick around or not. Does he want to put in 650? He's going to let it go.
Show your draw, show your draw.
Oh, I got it. That's me. That's me.
He didn't.
I had a 7 picker.
Did he not show the hand?
Yeah, 6-7.
Yeah.
Thought about it.
It's hard to hold on.
Like out of position.
A lot of pressure coming. A lot of pressure.
Did he show 6?
If he did show the hand, he has to
couldn't
keep his
tell either.
knit button.
OFC's talking like he saw the 6, but I couldn't tell if he showed it or not.
Hang on. Hang on for dear life. I'll eventually go broke. I'll give it to you. I'm going to put a lot of pressure. I'm going to make it really hard. I'm just here to have a good time, boys. Not taking it too serious.
Well, since you showed, I mean, you want to get rid of
Okay.
He did show.
He did show. He does get to get rid of the knit button.
showed, right?
We just didn't get to see the cards face up.
I wonder who brought that up, AJ?
Did I?
Yeah.
No, you did not. You really backed technically.
No, as I was telling him, like,
Yeah. Some places will play if you say anything, that's a penalty too.
Yeah, but that's, you got to tell him to show, and he had already shown the hand, so
basically that's what I was
he
saying.
just needed to get rid of the button.
They're way nicer than I am.
Way nicer.
Yeah.
Like, you want to hang on to that?
I am all about the penalties.
I played a 5-10.
Here comes a lot.
Okay, cool.
And then he goes.
Man, we're seeing some similar holdings here.
Pretty good flop there, and great turn for Z-Fish.
Fun part about random is anything will happen.
Your text to me was funny. I really can't enjoy playing small anymore or something like that.
So we went and saw John Mulaney at the WinStar on Saturday. He was great. But like for as much money as I used to when I was 21, give the Indians, like going up there losing $300 or whatever. I swear to God, I'm never going in that fucking building again. Me and my
Pretty good
dad-
turn car here for Z-Fish.
Yeah, I was in there on Saturday, and I literally, my dad and I, we're like, never coming here again. Like, you can't walk anywhere.
Jay doesn't want to mess with his 6 high flush draw. We'll go on to the next one.
And no one tables. Oh, it's full smoking.
I guess everyone. You almost what?
So Choctaw I will go to in the non-smoking section now and go play blackjack, and it's really nice and it's really open. But WinStar, we had tickets to go to Jim Gaffigan in March. I sold my fucking tickets the moment we got home. I was like, I'm literally never going there again. Like, I've seen Jim Gaffigan. It's not a once-in-a-lifetime show. I'm not going back to that place. Like, I don't need to drive 90 minutes to go.
I would tell you that at the Hard Rock in Florida, they were so rude to me.
Oh, really?
Oh my God.
Fuck that, man.
They didn't even.
I'm never fucking coming here again.
It was very nice, but I was there to stay. I mean, it just over and over again. I go.
What's going on, Mark?
Repetitively
Thanks for joining us, man. I'm sure you're out there crushing it on the tables.
I had a dealer.
The one in Hollywood.
The dealers were fine. The dealers were fine.
These guys are talking about recent experiences at casinos.
Yeah, the dealers were fine. I'm
You
like,
won't have to worry about bad customer service here at TCH, I promise you that. We take care of our players here at both locations and all around the state at all the other locations. 6 to be exact.
He was like at the end. I mean, like, when I got there, the system shut down. I couldn't buy a car. And they ran me all the place trying to do it. And they go, well, I said, can I talk to
If you're not that familiar with the TCH brand, we have locations in Dallas, right here, 2 Las Colinas, just down the road, 2 in the Houston area, 1 in Spring and 1 in Houston proper. We got 1 in Austin and 1 down in the Rio Grande Valley in Edinburgh, Texas. So we got you covered all across the state if you're looking to play cards in a legal and safe room. Very friendly.
As our friends from the Valley checked in tonight.
The friends from the Valley have not checked in. I'm disappointed. Where you at, Edinburgh?
Back in.
You know, I was in there like freeloaders. There's a
Fun
lot
little
of-
pot
a
we've
lot
got
of
here
people
cooked
who
up.
Try to get everything for free.
Slick Rick pretty much smashing this.
Pretty good flop for Rick. Ace-7 suited on the 6-7-7 flop.
Backdoor boat draws for everybody else.
Rick in that 2-seat, watching Ryan lean into a 1100 and a quarter. Woo.
He says thank you.
Well, he'll make the call.
Yeah, Christmas came early. Ryan's drawn dead to running queens here. Z-Fish does have the backdoor clubs.
Because I spent, 3 nights there and everything.
Nice place. I haven't been there since.
I thought it was very nice.
Rick's going to go ahead and fill up on the turn. 7's full.
2 years ago. I didn't go this year.
See if Ryan is going to step in it here.
Always interesting when that board double pairs like that for the large ace holdings. Kind of like we've seen some players get married to aces. Sometimes you get married to the ace in this spot. And he's firing away here on the turn.
Yeah, bet 1125 on the flop. He's got to make it bigger here.
2300 now.
Goes with 2325 on the turn. Slick Rick is only thinking about how much to put in now versus the river, and he's just going to call. Alarm bells are going off for Ryan. Cannot win.
All right, 10 of hearts on the turn on the river. Does put 3 hearts on the board. Ryan not holding any hearts.
There was a rock band Tool that was playing there. They brought out a crowd. Heavy metal band, I guess. Tool. I wasn't
Tool was there?
Tool, yeah.
I saw Tool many years ago.
Checking out Rick's stack like he wants to do something here.
For Tool.
9,500 in the pot.
I would love to see Tool again. I haven't.
How much can I bet or cease fire?
Everybody else.
Check it is. Little peek by Rick. Goes with the big rip, all in. With the heart on the river, he wants to possibly get paid by a flush or an ace if they just think he's bluffing. So he just rips it. It's either 0 or max pay here.
Yeah, Ryan was the pre-flop raiser. Could have an overpair. Probably not going to have a 6 in his hand.
And I don't mind the bet here. When it's 0 or maximum pay, I don't mind. I don't mind going for maximum pay. If you get 0, you get 0. There's probably books out there that'll tell you to value everything, but I like the folks that are able to get maximum pay and will go after it.
Yeah, maybe he puts, you know, a little 2K, 3K, 4K bet there on the river. Maybe gets called by an ace high or an overpair. But I don't mind the jam here.
I didn't get to hear that. I wish I did. Are you doing something to me again? So it's listed at 9K into this pot of about 9K. So let's say that's probably all of Ryan's holdings there. He's got about 8.5 thousand to make the call here.
We saw him make an ace high call earlier for about 2.5K, 2.7. This is $9,000 though, with just ace high.
Oh, he reached right. That could have been a real reach. A little bit of a pump fake there that was possibly legit. He is trying.
I will be absolutely shocked if he makes this call. Really thought he was just posturing here, RJ.
And then he stood up and pump fake. Yeah, I've seen him play, and if he wants to call with ace high, he will call with ace high. He is not scared of it. But he will definitely do some thinking, take some time, and that comes with making some of those loose calls for sure.
Worked his way from in for 15K. Back up to a stack of about 11,000. Does he want to dust it off right here?
Yeah, and he's been a little bit on the bleed here, so that's probably affecting his emotions as well. He wants to, but he knows he shouldn't.
Very, very rare and hard to flop trips. Not many sevens call you for 625 pre, but the specific hand he's got. Ace 7 of spades. The ace 7 of clubs is not out there. The ace 7 of hearts can't be out there. Ace 7 of diamonds can't be out there because you've got the diamonds. So very specific holdings would have a 7 here. But what do you beat?
Even with the heart coming out on the river, that limits what you can beat as well.
Call clock. Let me do a decision. Clock. Someone give me a clock.
But if you ran into ace king, ace queen of hearts right here that floated you on the flop.
Dave called the clock. He's basically called it on himself.
Floor 20.
Oh, what do they say, RJ? You think long.
Thinking long, thinking wrong.
I did. I just want to be put to a decision. I know y'all are respecting the game. But
Take your time. I didn't know like who would call calls.
Yeah, poor guy's put himself in this blender here.
Hand, but I feel like trying to pick it off. And I don't know whether I got the stones to.
I have clock called.
He's gonna have 30 seconds once they get up there.
4 cards. I'm scared.
He said 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's plenty of time. I called it myself. Get it rolling.
He said, get it rolling. I'm driving myself crazy right now.
You have not acted on your hand will be good.
I just don't know how we got here.
How did we get here? All right, here we go, Ryan.
Chat, are you guys ever calling here? Or are you just picking a better spot to get your money in?
I think XP Gaming Pro has made the fold, it looks like, in the chat.
I think Frankie knows what to do.
All right, we're there. Look at this pain. There we go. He's made the fold.
And that would be the time to show if it's
Show your content. Yeah, you guys can see one later.
Now would be the time to show. Give a 7?
He said show a 5.
Can I have a 7? Shut the fuck up.
Nice little fun show there for the ace of spades flipped up, and he said y'all can check it out later.
I don't know. What's he putting?
You'll see it later. I gotta keep you a little like.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, for most players, by the book, all that stuff, super duper easy fold, even for
All right, we're just going to pretend that never happened. On to the next hand.
On to the next one. Even for Ryan, that should have been an easier fold, but he will definitely tank and try to make some ace-high calls once in a while for sure.
I thought I put him on a hand, but now they showed the ace on there.
See, he's got the $100 straddle.
I don't even remember. What was the action key?
Yeah, Mark, the only pairs that he would have beaten there are the ones that got counterfeited smaller than a 6.
You're like worst case.
Yeah, I was considering that a little bit there on the river as well.
Yeah, worst case is
Yeah. I was like, I was curious, but
You can only hope.
he never called. You know he can never call, and I know you know it.
Knit game is still on.
This is a straddle.
Under straddle.
Hey, for a player like him that likes to make some ace-high calls and loose calls and get after it a little bit, you know he would love to do that once correctly on the stream, you know. So that puts a little extra pressure on him when he wants to do stuff like that, but man, woo!
He did try earlier with an
Could have
ace
been a
high.
tough one.
Yeah, he tried earlier with an ace high and lost.
Dodged the bullet there.
We just have a few hands left, so let's see if we can't get some action. And it looks like we're gonna. Because Ryan is all in for 8.5K.
Now he's getting it in there. Let's see what we got with the flat tire, baby.
With the flat tire hand is what we're gonna call it.
What do you think a jack is for?
You got it right. You got it right.
I got it.
Uh-oh. Show it, show it. There we go. The old jack 4 throw down.
You know what though? He just got 2.5K in profit right there with the flat tire hand. So
there you go.
Kudos to you.
That hand with Rick was probably about 2,500 down the drain. So there you go. Boom, got it right back.
We'll never get that 5 minutes back that we spent with the ace high.
I don't even give a shit.
But he got his $2,000 back.
But we got the $2,500 back. So well played, Ryan. He has brought the action though since the start of this game.
He can bring the honoriness. I love it.
Y'all have real hands.
The initial raiser probably had the best hand.
Yeah, I had a better hand for sure.
Still, regardless, good bet.
Yeah, I'm good bet.
Good play, man. Yeah, you're right. I saw the demo. I was like, oh,
Clip me for 600 without even sneezing.
3 coins gonna try out the ace 7. Unsuited variety. Still got his knit button.
I'm tired. I gotta watch my stupid buddy.
Ray,
Fixed income.
475. 475.
There's another ace-7 sighting.
We'll bump it up some more from OFC.
All the aces.
8-7 spades.
Yeah.
Chunky 3-bet.
Yeah. Takes so long too.
OFC knows that Randy's going to be trying to get rid of his knit button with some light holdings. But OFC's going to make the call. And boom, that is the case ace out there on that flop.
He's literally like.
So yeah, when you 3-bet with 7-8, you do not want to be up against ace-7. You'd like to see something other than that.
Also doesn't even like blink that much.
So he's up against it, and then the ace lands anyway. So OFC will reach to try to represent something on the turn here.
Yeah, good job there, Randy. That check got OFC to put some money in the pot.
Most of the time, like, what's he calling flop with? What's he calling turn with? Like, you have no pair?
Of course, 3Coin doesn't know that the other 2 aces have already been folded. So he might be treading a little light here with the ace-7. It's been upgraded to a 10 kicker, though.
And if you call it 3-bet with that, you may check that flop to be careful, and you may check that flop.
What just happened?
To get after it on the turn.
What just happened?
I would say that's pretty careful.
We're folding aces.
Aye, aye, aye.
We're folding aces here in the knit game. What are we doing here? Okay, okay.
And he has it. He was for sure, he was outkicked for sure.
Couple plays here in the last 5 minutes have thrown us off just a tad bit. Whew. Felt like he was up against a better ace or a deuce and just let it go. Okay.
Hey, if you believe it, and you believe it with all your heart, just muck it. Go to the next one.
John, you and I got our buttons.
But yeah, that was kind of a strange one.
Oh, Reggie.
Wow, that just is wild to me. Not a normal play there by 3Coin from what we're used to. Wow. It's getting late. Guys are getting tired. Mark, I'm with you, man. I mean, we just literally saw almost a $27,000 pot with somebody calling with ace high, and then we're just folding top pair.
Yeah. Who says we can't have action late at night? Fantastic.
I really thought he checked to get him to bet.
Yeah, for sure. I did too.
And
And I think he thought that. He just changed his mind.
Just got rid of it.
Yeah.
If someone has like 2K behind.
Anybody new in the chat watching from anywhere outside of Dallas? We've got Frank and some of the regulars here that watch from all over. We've had Trenton, New Jersey tonight. We've had New York City tonight. We've had California. Anybody else watching outside of the Dallas, Texas area? Tell us where you're watching from.
Yeah, Eric and I like to do some traveling, so it's fun when we get some folks in here from all around.
Yeah, telling us where we should go next.
Indeed.
It's pretty dusty holdings here, but a couple people connected. Ryan likes this one. Hits a 9, got an open ender. AJ let out with his top pair and a gutter ball. Carlos sitting there facing a 2.3K bet with just a 6-high flush draw and his knit button. Minnesota in the house. Morgantown.
Morgantown.
Jason Barlow from the UK. CKY. Amarillo, Texas.
Minnesota versus West Virginia.
Let that wind blow you from Amarillo to Dallas. Come play. Come join us.
LA and Amarillo.
There we go. There's Trenton right there. Echo Poker from LA. The city of Los Angeles.
Do you know if you translate the Los Angeles Angels, you get the Angels, angels.
Can I get water, please?
Well played. Well played.
I saw a skit where a comedian talked about that a while back, and I was like, how come I never thought about that? That guy's brilliant.
The Angels, Angels.
Gotta be a 10.
That's why they're the Anaheim Angels now, right?
No, now they are the Los Angeles.
Are they back
Yeah,
to
because that's
LA?
what, and that's what he was picking on. Yeah.
Oh. I should know that, being that they're my Rangers rivals.
Yeah.
Grew up with the California Angels, then the Anaheim Angels.
Right. Yeah, that was the order. There we go. We're getting some visitors.
No, you can be 18 here and play cards. Just don't get caught trying to drink any of Grandpa's cough syrup while you're
Yes,
here.
You're not allowed to do that.
Like in the rest of Texas, they take the underage drinking pretty serious.
Very
but,
seriously.
You are definitely able to play poker here in our clubs.
For you, just as big. Until I do, it's gonna haunt me.
Yeah, but come on out. We got plenty of people, some college kids come out and play, and we've got some young professionals that play here. Some really good youngsters that are under the age of 21.
Some of these youngsters will get after it.
Yep, already making their way up into the bigger stake games.
Okay, we got some action here. Slick Rick raised it up to 1K.
Yeah, OFC tried to get a little crazy with the Doyle hand, and now John's waking up with a monster. The ladies, couple of queens. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, that's right.
I wish I could remember that comedian's name to give him a little credit for it, but that wasn't mine. He was the one that pointed that out to me. It was fantastic. Now, I haven't seen John play many hands tonight, but when I do, it's like aces or queens or something. Well, it kind of was. Just, you know. To everyone, I'm sure. Gaming Pro. Everyone under 21.
We're not just folding queens here, are we? We're folding queens
Folding
now.
queens.
We're just folding queens.
We're going to have to lie to them and tell them the stream runs till 1 a.m. And we are really not 8 minutes away from the end of the stream.
Slick Rick has a 3 in his hand, and we're folding queens. But you know what? We get to see the hands. This game is huge, Echo Poker. It's played a lot bigger than a lot of 5-5-10 games do play. All of the games here in Texas, though, play much bigger. Our 1-2 game plays like 2-5 or beyond at any casino that you would go to.
Ryan will see a flop. He ain't scared. Jack, 8, deuce, 2 clubs.
This is wild, though. Folding queens, folding top pair aces. This game has just gotten weird all of a sudden.
Good flop for queens.
Yeah, Doug, that was real. He may just be trying to lock up his win. Couple hands left in the night.
Yeah, for sure.
Not sure if he's up or even or where John's at, but that was real. Slick Rick with the 4-3. I hope he shows it.
He is ready to show one.
Let's see if Ryan plays back at him.
Big gulp there. Oh, we got action. Ryan is not ready to go away, and we're going to see some more action here as King-Queen turns open-ended.
With the King of Clubs, yeah.
That big, giant daddy club. And he checks.
Yeah, if Rick bets here, Ryan may jam on him.
It could get dicey. Yeah. Okay. And we get a pairing of the board on the river, making things interesting.
If Ryan doesn't lead out here.
Yeah, surely he's in lead out mode and not check call mode. Let's see how this goes.
We can definitely tell there's more than $370 in the pot with the flop bet of $1,400 and call.
I see about 4K.
Big chunky bet.
And he has bet.
Turn was so good.
He has bet a bunch.
And 4 high cannot call.
There you go. Good pot for Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, good run out for him.
Another 2.8K profit going Ryan's way. So he was so close to making that blunder with the ace high against Rick's boat. And very next hand, he picks up 2.5K profit with nothing.
Played his way into a couple of meaty ones.
Yeah, king high there, picks up another 2.8K. John's telling him he folded queens there. Lord have mercy, John.
I wouldn't bring that up.
I mean, they're going to see it anyway, but I wouldn't be telling them while they're at the table. Got to be getting down to our last few hands here, folks.
Oh, let's play another one.
Z-Fish just going to raise to 75 with the aces here.
Man, it's pretty cool that we've seen aces a few times here in this last hour.
Yeah. I feel like ace.
I was gonna make a
Let's go.
A lot of people seeing this flop.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, look, you're just running perfect, though, man. All right? You feel like you didn't make a fucking hand.
You had an 8.
You had a both there?
You had an 8.
Oh, I'm not that good. You think I need jacks to make a fucking call?
I was going to say, I think
I guess like.
but John called 75 to see that flop.
Carlos thinking about doing something silly here.
Well, not if you play.
We love silly.
You can't flat.
Got the 9 triz.
9 triz. All right, Z-Fish should start getting a little more serious on this turn, but actually he's staying pretty small with it. Half pot, $600. That'll be enough. He'll get to take down this pot.
Yeah. They're probably going to play a little bit off stream to figure out this knit button situation. We've got just 2 hands left. So thank y'all again for sticking around.
157.
I know the last
Let's go.
The last 20 or 30 minutes have gotten a little crazy with people folding big hands, putting to the test with ace highs. We got a $50 straddle. We've got a $100 straddle. We got the $200 straddle on from OFC.
$200 straddle. We're not done yet, folks. 150 of you out there still watching. So we're going to bump it up.
They tried to talk Ryan into putting on the $400 straddle, but he said, nah. He did wake up with a fun 8-7 of diamonds. He's going to let it go.
All right, Rick will oblige and bump it up a little to 500 or so.
I think Jay might oblige too, unless we're just going to start folding kings pre-flop, RJ.
Jay will not fold kings here. 0 chance of that.
If kings are folded, I may never do the streaming. Okay.
Jay has let him know. He has let him know with a raise of 1,600.
3 coin, got the 49er.
How many of those pinks you have?
Rick's really interested about what Jay's got.
Rick's trying hard to get a wheel here in this last lap of the button. Saw a photographer earlier taking pictures of Rick. I told you guys Rick was trying to get all famous and stuff on us. And
he is. He's going to start doing some more stuff with us here at TCH. Pretty excited about that.
Yeah, Slick Rick Poker on the social media world, and he's booming, man.
Decides to let this one go.
0 for 2 on the wheels here.
You know, they joked earlier the night, RJ, before you came in, that Kings and aces were not acceptable for the nit game.
Ah.
So
Diamonds, I'm definitely playing along for 1600.
looks like we're going to do the flip here.
Flip time? I just got here.
You did. And we're going to show our ugly mugs for the crowd. RJ Dupree, Eric Van Loozen have been in here. Aaron McAvoy started off the night with us, tuning in from Austin. Thank you guys again for joining us. 147 of you. Hope you've liked the channel for us, subscribed. Big one tomorrow. The tournament starts tomorrow. I'm going to put it up real quick.
The bigger one.
The even bigger one. $300 buy-in, $250,000 guarantee, 2 flights a day. Day 2 will be on Sunday at noon. Come join us for the fun in Dallas.
You like that for 300 bucks? An awesome tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. We're going to crush that guarantee. Probably 60, 70K up top on a $300 buy-in. Let's go.
His heart was jumping out of his chest, but I thought.
I was trying to make like a...
All right, looks like we got it set up for Bombalicious here.
Somebody's going to leave with a good chunk of money.
Okay, we're not. It's not a bomb pot. It's a flip.
They're doing a flip, not a bomb pot. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you for checking in, Poker Views.
I was thinking, that's what I
So
was.
I had ace queen, and I literally thought
You were thinking about something. You were thinking about something.
I wanted to let him bluff into me. My plan was check river and call a bluff, but then I was like, I just couldn't find a hand. You know?
I see a set of sixes.
That guy's got a set.
We got clubs. Anybody got clubbies?
Yeah, there we go. Let him sweat a little bit.
Sweating clubs.
Mowry. I like it. All right, ace queen. We got all kinds of Broadway. There is an ace queen for AJ.
And clubs. Oh, how about
Full house.
10s full?
King's full. Boom.
God,
Sixes
I thought
full?
your hand was like
Jacks?
straight
It's
plus,
it's
so- I had
okay.
jack.
It's
I
jacks.
was like, oh, I get- yeah.
King Jack.
Wow. Quad sixes.
So we have sixes full. Where's? We can't see his hand.
It's a King Jack.
It is a King Jack.
Yeah, Ryan.
Okay.
Ryan's going to finish off the night after almost being stuck 15K. Probably going to
Nice.
get close to even. But thank you guys again for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed it. And we will see y'all next Tuesday here at TCH Live. RJ Dupree.
I'll be here. Let's do it.
All right, signing off.